to perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, thou members of Parliament and Ministers of State with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be. Country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor. Country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with. Country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving. Country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. In our program today, we consider the nomination of two nominees of the President in the name of our own member, Honorable Ursula Owusu-Ekuful, and Honorable Dan Botri. The first to appear before us today is Honorable Ursula Owusu-Ekuful. Kindly bring the nominee in. Kindly administer the oath to the nominee, please.
Take the oath. Yes.
I
Ursula Owusu-Ekuful,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee,
that the evidence I shall give before this committee,
touching the matter in issue, shall be the truth,
the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Ursula Owusu-Ekuful, Mrs. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination to the position you held in the previous government. This is your third term as a member of parliament, and you've been a member of the appointments committee since you came to parliament. You're quite well known in the house and outside the house. If there's any other thing you wish us to know, apart from what we know already, kindly share. But otherwise, kindly give us a brief introduction of yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There isn't much to add to the CV which is before you, save that to say that I was raised in Presbyterian trade, so the fear of the Lord, stickler for hard work. I'm firm but fair, and I believe in giving back to society as well, and also remain a lifelong advocate for the rights of women and children, believing that we are equal partners in development with our menfolk, and will do whatever I can to raise a generation, to help raise and nurture a generation of confident, articulate, assertive, intelligent, outspoken young women who can also hold their own, hardworking, diligently, in whichever position that they find themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, that is our nominee. The floor is open for question.
Chairman, if you permitted me, before you let me congratulate the nominee, the Honorable Ursula Owusu. I've had the privilege to be at the Ministry of Communications as Minister. But can you just go to page 1 of your CV, Chairman? Page 1. Harrow International School. Is it in Akimoda, Brekum, Suma? Or where is it? In Fansiman Girls Secondary School, I can understand. But just for the record, if you look at it, then when you come to page 2, Member of Parliament, Minister for Communications, then you say 6th January 2020. Is that it? It should be 2021, I believe. So look at it at page 2 of your CV. And Chairman, if you allow me a warm-up question. Ministry of Communication, COVID, is a major problem for Ghana today, which calls for urgent action, which will require mainstreaming of ICT in the provision of public services and public goods, whether it's education, it's health. What will you do for Ghana to take advantage of the Ministry of Communication to leverage ICT to respond to COVID?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The whole world has been rocked by this pandemic, and the hope is that we can use all the processes at our disposal to be able to help us fight the pandemic, and one of which is technology. Mr. Chairman, without the requisite digital infrastructure, it's difficult to roll out any digital intervention at all. But since the onset of this pandemic, we have tried to assist the Ministry of Health to leverage on technology to help us in the fight against the pandemic. The emergency communication system is supposed to help with contact tracing. Once the numbers of those who are positive are given to the operators of the system, the National Communications Authority, they can input that and help with contact tracing. We assisted them to facilitate barcoding for the public testing laboratories to enable them to be more efficient in the way they collect samples and deal with samples in a more proactive manner. There's a lot more that we can do. For the public services, we had already started rolling out the Smart Workplace Virtual Office solution as far back as 2018. And we're directed to scale it up because it enabled all public officers, servants, officials who were on the platform to be able to work virtually. So during the lockdown, it didn't mean that the offices were also locked down. You could have your office in your pocket, work from home remotely on the platform, share correspondence, deal with all the issues that you would necessarily have to deal with, have secure internet access, high-speed internet access, and we provided them with bandwidth as well so that they could work remotely from home. We also set up the COVID-19 tracker app to enable us self-report and assist the Ghana Health Service with the information that it collected in terms of heat maps to be able to identify the areas where concentrations of COVID-positive patients were and to enable people to be advised to stay away from them. All of that, the infrastructure was put in place. Ours was to facilitate and to enable the relevant agencies to do their work better with technology. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I'm holding here document you may not have in your possession, fair to you. I'll read aspects of it. This was a civil society platform on the Kelvin GVG contract. I see Kwesi Prempe, who was then chairman. And now, international traffic management, we needed to do that as a revenue assurance measure. Initially, this was a relationship between the National Communications Authority, the Ministry of Finance and GRA, and others. Now, if you come to the document I've referred to, dated 21st October 2018, from Imani and Co., subsequent to what was in court, there were issues of absence of parliamentary approval for the initiative, whether there was value for money of the transaction, at what cost did you procure the contract, and what are the details, what is this supposed to deliver in terms of improved revenue assurance from our international traffic management system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The common platform was established to give effect to the Electronic Communications Act, and the contract was signed in December 2017. Section 7 of the Communication Service Tax Act mandates the Minister for Finance and Communications to establish...
Sorry, Chairman, the act number and the year, the act number.
Act 864.
Thank you.
Mandates the Minister for Finance and Communications to establish a common platform to monitor and verify the actual revenues that accrue to service providers for the purpose of computing taxes due to the state. Prior to 2017, initiatives had been taken by government to give effect to it, but no common platform had been established for this purpose. And in March 2017, a stakeholders consultation was held to look at the current situation and see what we could do to improve upon it. Mr. Chairman, at the forum, which was chaired by the senior minister, attended by the ministers for finance, communications, and their deputies, teams from the NCA, GRA, led by the Director General and Commissioner General, the CEOs of the Telecoms Chamber and all their members, and the representatives of AfriWave and SUPA. Frank, open discussions were held by all present, and it became clear that neither SUBA nor AfriWave was collecting real-time data from any operator, and the meeting agreed that the provisions of Act 864 needed to be implemented to the letter, and the NCA would be the technical body to acquire and implement a common platform, working with GRA under direction of their ministers of finance and communications for successful implementation. And subsequently, the NCA conducted site visits to other African countries that were implementing a similar process, shortlisted 4 companies for restricted tendering, since this is a specialized area and not everybody has expertise in that. Approval was granted by the Public Procurement Authority to commence this process. And the Central Tender Review Committee also gave approval for the contract to be awarded to the selected vendor, Kelny GVG.
Chairman, can I request the nominee, the approval letter from the PPA and the approval letter from the Central Tender Review Committee?
Yes.
It will be important that we have copies, or if you want to refer to it, you give us the dates and the details. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll provide copies to the committee. Kelny is a Ghanaian company that entered into a joint venture with the Global Voice Group. And the joint venture has been established as Kelny GVG Limited, a Ghanaian company, to implement the common platform under the contract signed by the Minister for Communications. It being a multi-stage process, we were required to get the Minister for Finance's approval, which was also done. So, Mr. Chairman, at every stage of the way, all the laws regarding procurement was followed to the letter in this case before the contract was awarded. Now, the equipment is hosted at the National Communications Authority. It is owned by the government of Ghana, unlike in the previous case when the vendors owned and operated the equipment.
Chairman, can the nominee respond to my question? Was there value for money? How do you respond to the Imani claim of cost inflation in the contract?
Mr. Chairman, the introduction of the common platform resulted in cost savings of $1.1 million monthly to the government of Ghana, as against the previous situation. So over the life, even by abrogating the previous contracts with SUBA and AfriWave and entering into this contract alone, we achieved $1.1 million cost savings. That alone provides less cost and more value. Now, unlike the previous contracts, this platform offers real-time monitoring of 2.5 billion transactions per day within the telecom sector.
2.5 billion of what? Money or traffic? Volumes?
2.5 monitoring of 2.5 billion transactions per day within the telecom sector, i.e. calls, SMS, mobile money transactions. It also provides mobile money monitoring as an added component. The fraud management component of it has 4 functionalities: revenue assurance, traffic monitoring, fraud management, and mobile money monitoring. That's what the common platform that we've implemented does.
Was mobile money anticipated in Act 864?
Mobile money provides revenue to the state. Act 864 indicates that we should set up a mechanism for monitoring to verify actual revenues.
Chairman, my question is specific. You have to monitor international traffic, volumes of calls, inbound calls coming in. Was mobile money anticipated under the contract from the Central Tender Board and the PPA?
Mobile money was part of the requirements of this contract, that it be monitored as well. If the chairman would permit me, I would read the provisions of Act 864. It says, Section 14, the Communication Service Tax Act, Amendment Act 2013, Act 864, which amended Section 14 of Act 754, specifically enjoins the Ministers of Finance and Communications to A, establish a monitoring mechanism to verify the actual revenue that accrue to vendors for the purpose of computing taxes due to the government under the Act. So that's what it does, and that's the Communication Service Tax Act. So that's all taxes.
Is there a tax on mobile money in Ghana?
All taxes due to the state under the Communication Service Tax. Currently, there is no tax on mobile money.
Okay, so leave it there. The essence of the initiative, as I understand it, from 2010 through 2011, 2012, was to build capacity. It cannot continue to perpetuity that some entity is running it, because the understanding is that the NCA must have capacity to take over and run it as a regulatory function. What will you do to ensure a seamless transition of the process?
That process has already started, Mr. Chairman. The NCA and the GRA are ultimately expected to take over and manage this platform for their own regulatory purposes and to assist them to also perform their obligations under the Act. And so that knowledge and technology transfer is currently taking place. And that's why I was explaining that the equipment is hosted in the NCA, their staff are on it, GRA staff are also there managing that system, the revenue assurance component that they are interested in.
Minister, answer me simply. When do we see this engagement or this activity undertaken by the NCA and not a third-party contractor in the foreseeable future? Having built capacity, you must transfer technology. The technology should be transferred to the NCA as a regulator. When will you do that as minister, if you become?
The NCA would have to inform me that they are sufficiently capable of undertaking this task. And when they do, the process is seamless, it's handed over to them. I cannot indicate at which period they would be comfortable to take over, but we would engage in those conversations. And since they've been working on this platform for a while, they should be able to indicate that they are sufficiently equipped to be able to handle it.
Chairman, I just do one more on telephony. You have your telephone with you, I have mine with me. When you go to the signal area on settings and you've traveled abroad, if you've traveled abroad extensively, signal strength and seamless transition to available connectivity. If I were in this chamber, Parliament, and depending upon technology which is deployed, MTN was stronger. Even if I were on Vodafone, my signal should be able to pick up MTN and allow me for use of it. If I were on Vodafone and MTN, based on investment in technology, was stronger, even as you move around airport, your signal keep changing. Are we there? Will you lead Ghana into a regime where we can have this seamless transition and seamless connectivity? So that if we're traveling on the Bekwai Road to Kumasi, and probably MTN is not strong on that road. Vodafone is. I'm still entitled because of the emergency nature of communication to have access. What will you do as minister to guarantee that? And Chairman, I thank you. I'm done for the warm-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is national roaming that the Honorable Minority Leader is talking about, and the process has already started. I believe sometime last year, we notified the regulator to sit with the operators to ensure that they link up their system, agree on the appropriate tariffs to facilitate national roaming. As part of the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, which was passed, which contract was approved by this House sometime last year and has already started operating, all the network operators are going to share that infrastructure, rural telephony infrastructure, and roam seamlessly. So your network, your phone would pick up the strongest network in your whichever area you are once you are on that rural telephony network. And we would extend that to the other services provided by the network operators. And the regulator is currently working with them to facilitate that. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, you are the first to be here, Reverend. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the privilege, and congratulations, Honorable Minister nominee. Honorable, in Ghana's analog to digital broadcasting migration project, which is a project that is currently underway with the supervision from your ministry, in the course of the implementation, your good outfit was accused of having set up a board for the digital terrestrial television DTT broadcasting infrastructure without recourse to National Media Commission, which is the body constitutionally mandated to appoint boards of all state-owned media houses. What explanation do you offer to this committee in response to this allegation?
Yes, Honorable Minister, we're waiting for you.
Mr. Chairman, on assumption of office, I was notified that the digital terrestrial television migration process was already ongoing. There was a stakeholders committee that had been set up. A draft policy had already been completed, and the contract to construct the platform had been built and awarded and was in the process of being built. There were a few things major though that needed to be done to complete that process. The policy that was drafted was subjected to stakeholder consultation, continuous stakeholder consultation. And it was agreed that even though the draft policy indicated that both the NCA and the National Media Commission were to be members of the board, the stakeholders were of the opinion that as regulators, it would not be right for them to be actually on the board. And so they were removed from the board. Now, this is a platform that has been set up by government to facilitate the switchover from analog to digital television. The initial conversations I was made to understand invited independent broadcasters and GPC to collaborate to construct the platform, and they were unable to do so. And so government took over and did it. This is infrastructure. It is not involved with content. It does not determine what is broadcast on the platform. It is like a road that has been constructed for all road users to utilize, from bicycles to articulated trucks. You decide what you put on that road. So as infrastructure, in the opinion of the stakeholders, it did not fall within the definition of state-owned media as contemplated by the Constitution to mandate the National Media Commission to oversee it and to provide its board. I have not appointed any board. The policy was discussed by the stakeholders. They determined what the membership of the board should be, and that is what has been put in place. The policy has been approved by cabinet, and that's what we're working on. So it is incorrect to say that Ursula has appointed any board in violation of the Constitution or the law. I can understand that certain stakeholders feel strongly about it, but neither myself nor them can determine what the actual situation would be, and they know what to do in the event that there is disagreement about the definition of a term in the Constitution, and I'd urge them to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I am satisfied with the response on this question, so I move to my second and last question. The advent of COVID-19 has altered many aspects of our day-to-day lives. In the line front of education, it has occasioned virtual learning, and much in the same way in business transactions, virtual or online business transactions have become the norm. What interventions would you undertake when your nomination is approved to ensure that ICT infrastructure is made available in many parts of the country, and in particular rural areas, so that they can also benefit from the times that we are in?
Mr. Chairman, one of about 90% of the questions that I'm asked I was asked in the last Parliament as Minister related to availability of networks in the various constituencies around the country. And I've been at pains to explain that under the license conditions of the network operators, they're only required to provide service in the district capitals. That's what they are mandated to do, all district capitals. Beyond the district capitals, it would be a commercial decision that they would take if, in their opinion, they would get adequate returns on investment. The vast majority of our population also lives in places that are beyond the district capitals. So the Universal Service Fund, managed by GIFIC, has been providing infrastructure in the rural areas over the years. That has been a slow process, and we were of the opinion that we should not leave any part of this country behind in our quest to digitize and digitalize our economy. And so we needed to extend connectivity to all parts of the country, and the government should seek the funding for that to be done. And so last year, we brought the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project contract to this House, which was approved. And that would provide 2,016 communities with cell sites around the country to cover about 25% of the population that's currently unconnected. And we're hopeful that by the end of this exercise, which has already commenced, Mr. Chairman, I think since the project was launched in Atribuana in the new Edubiase constituency, I believe in November last year, to date, about 400 cell sites have been constructed. They are in the process of being connected. At the end of the process, which is expected to take 18 months, all the 2016 cell sites would be constructed and would be connected, and they would form the nucleus of the rural telephony network that all the network operators would utilize to transmit their services to the people. And that's what I spoke about in an earlier question, that it would mandate national roaming in those areas that are covered by the network. So we're hopeful that by this, no matter where you are in this country, you should be able to receive voice and reasonable data signals. It will not cover every section of the country, but we're looking at a technology mix to see how we can also extend connectivity to the parts of the country that would not be covered. It is imperative that we do that, and I'm glad that the initiative has already started. If you look at the need for virtual learning, e-health, the applications in agriculture, in transportation, digital financial services, all of that should be available, and more should be available to all citizens in any part of this country. And the way to get that done is to provide the digital infrastructure on which the services would be transmitted for the use of our citizens. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, talking about cell sites, bring into contention some communities in my constituency. Control Cornell, Junase. I don't know whether those are what you call cell sites. Towers have been mounted, but they appear to be powered by solar energy. And it's not very stable. I just discovered that I get calls from that area of my constituency early morning. Most of the time before I wake up, I miss a call. When I try to call back, I can't get them. When I found out, they said it is only in the mornings that they get the signal. As soon as the sun starts coming out, they lose the signals. How is it that you build those things and they can serve only in the mornings?
Mr. Chairman, thanks for bringing this to my attention. If this House deems fit to confirm, I shall notify GIFIC and the network operators to see to a resolution of this matter as quickly as possible. I wish I could have given you a reason for it, but unfortunately, I can't.
Those are not part of your cell sites. Those are the network providers' system. Is that right?
Well, those are part of the cell sites that were set up by GIFIC in conjunction with one of the network providers. It would not be part of the new rural telephony network that I've just spoken about. But even so, they need to look at that. One of the reasons that they gave me earlier for congestion and inability to get service on some of the sites that had already been giving up was congestion, and that they didn't provision it adequately to take into consideration the growth in the use of the network. They thought that they were small communities, so they wouldn't need large capacity. And they found that once the cell site was up and service was being provided, a lot more people used it. So what they thought was not even a commercial site has had to be upgraded to be commercial site. So I'd be grateful if you would give me the names of these communities, and I'll forward it to them for action to be taken.
I will. My people at Control Cornell and Junase, they are happy to hear that we are discussing this matter. I will follow it up with you. Thank you.
Chairman, but just the minister to follow up with Chairman, couldn't you have saved the nation some costs if you use the principle of co-location? Why must you construct 2,000 cell sites when you can take advantage of co-location in order to deal with challenges such as Bekwai and many other areas in the country? Because as the policy leader, and you have to get the regulator to do it, why can't we take advantage of co-location, and we are still spending much more money to build new cell sites?
Mr. Chairman, no sites exist in those communities. So nobody can locate on any site there. Nothing exists there. So it's a green field which has to be built from scratch. Now they are designed in such a way that all the networks will co-locate on the sites once built. So they don't also have to replicate that infrastructure out there. It reduces the capital expenditure of the networks and makes it easier for them to extend services to the unserved and underserved parts of our country which are covered by this project. The technology being used also provides a saving on the traditional cell site architecture, and from the technology service providers and the GIFEC officials, they tell me that it provides a savings of up to about 60% on the cost of the traditional telephone network infrastructure. And I'm happy to be associated with that. It's called the Rural Star Technology, and it was developed in Ghana by Huawei, specifically for rural areas. It's being replicated, used around the world now, but they call me the mother of Rural Star because of the pressure I put on them to develop this technology based on our specific needs, which is proven to be of global applications and is helping the rollout in rural areas around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister-Designate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable nominee, still on policy, you are talking about infrastructure in terms of internet service. Still with COVID in mind, even though it is obvious that now internet use is more than it used to be, data is still very expensive in Ghana. You can look at Nigeria. An average 1 gigabyte costs about $2.78, but here in Ghana, it costs an average of 3.6. What policy direction will you give to guarantee cheap or reasonable cost of data? Look at how we are using data for schools, for Zoom meetings, among others.
Mr. Chairman, Ghana actually has one of the lowest data costs in the region, and that has been confirmed by tests conducted by reputable organizations worldwide. Ghana, in the latest study conducted by Cable UK, in a worldwide study which analyzed data from 5,554 mobile data plans in 228 countries between 3rd February and 25th February 2020, found that the average cost of 1 gigabyte in Ghana was ranked 34th in the world and the first in West Africa for offering the cheapest data service per gigabyte in the aforementioned studies. The NCA has also conducted billing verification tests which confirm this finding. This is not to say that because we are the lowest per gigabyte cost in the region that it is okay. No, more people are using the internet and data, and we can do more to drive down the cost. And the experience is that the lower the cost, the more the usage. And so on the operation of economies of scale, the companies will not lose out as more people will be using the data, and so they would benefit. Now, some of the measures that we have already taken to facilitate, that's the study, to facilitate the low cost of data is what we implemented in 2019, the non-expiry of bundles. We notified all network operators through, the regulator notified all the network operators that if you purchase a bundle and you haven't used it all up, and its validity period expires. You shouldn't lose the bundle that you have, the unexpired bundle, the unused bundle that is on the expired product that you buy. So when you top up, it should be rolled over and you should be allowed to enjoy the benefit of that. The communication service tax was also reduced from 9% to 5% in response to COVID, and that also engendered a reduction in the cost of data for the consumer. We assisted the network operators too with free spectrum. The MTN and Vodafone had challenges with spectrum because of increased usage, and so they were granted the use of free spectrum so that they could also provide affordable services to their consumers. They were also given the right to use certain technology which had been limited to the rural areas alone to be used in the urban areas as well. It's called UMTS. I don't want us to get into that. It is technical. We're also going forward would implement the unified licensing regime for the network operators. So it doesn't matter whether it is 2G, 3G, or 4G spectrum that you have. You can use whatever available technology there is on the available spectrum that you have to deliver the service that you want. Currently, the licenses are spectrum specific, and the technology is tied to the spectrum that you can use. But now they're freeing it up so that with the advances of technology, you can use whatever technology you want to deliver the services that you want. Now, a lot of people are downloading a lot of stuff, Netflix, YouTube, Google, etc. We're going to have conversations with these service providers so that they locate cached servers in Ghana. So you don't have to use expensive bandwidth to download stuff from wherever their data centers are, but you'll be doing it locally. And we believe that that would also reduce the cost of data to the subscriber. Currently, the question that the minority leader asked about co-location, the sharing infrastructure, passive infrastructure, towers, so they can co-locate on their towers. But there's a lot more they can do. And so we're going to encourage the network operators to share active infrastructure as well. They are not just the towers, but radio access networks, the fiber resources, whatever, even the network of agents that they have. Can they share that and split the cost so that ultimately it reduces the cost that is passed on to the subscriber? Fiber cuts are also a major challenge, which increase the operations and maintenance cost of the networks, which they ultimately pass on to the subscriber. So as part of the security architecture that we're putting in place, as part of our cybersecurity as well, we're having conversations about designating fiber optic networks as critical national information infrastructure. And once that's done under the Cybersecurity Act, then several rules kick in, and it is treated as a critical information resource and protected, so that the road construction, and the other construction work, which is cutting the fiber and imposing a lot more cost on the network operators, which they ultimately pass on, will be reduced. But all that will be done in consultation with the industry and stakeholders once confirmed, so that we can create an enabling environment for the growth of this sector and reduce the cost to the subscriber. There are a lot more things that are being contemplated as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's great that you are taking steps to make sure that data is cheaper in Ghana. But I want to let you know that data is cheaper in Nigeria than in Ghana. But it's good that you have agreed that there is still room for improvement and you are ready to do that. So on policy, you have plans for domain names and cyber security generally, because I could see that at the last vetting of the National Security Minister, you thought most of the questions should be directed to you about cyber security. What plans, policy plans do you have for cyber security generally?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot has been done in the past few years on cybersecurity, but a lot more needs to be done. I'm grateful to the House for passing the Cybersecurity Act, which was assented to by the President and on 29 December. So now we have a law guiding our cybersecurity interventions. Several initiatives.
You want to give us, sorry, give us the details of the act.
Cybersecurity Act 2020, Act 1038
of
2020.
Thank you.
Act 1038. This is setting up a cybersecurity authority in place of the center that we have currently. It's giving the power to designate critical information infrastructure, as I just indicated, which will also need to be registered and managed in compliance with set standards which the authority will determine. It's also giving the power to establish computer emergency response teams. What we have done currently is this act will set up the National Computer Emergency Response Center, the national one, which will oversee sector-specific emergency response teams. Now, what the National Security Minister indicated was that we are overseeing this process. Now, the NCA has already set up a computer emergency response team for the telecommunications sector. The Bank of Ghana, in conjunction with the Cybersecurity Center, has set up another one for the financial sector. The security sector also has one, or if they don't, they need one. We need one for the utilities, for the transportation sector. We have also launched one for NITA to oversee the e-government network. All of these computer emergency response sectors receive reports of incidents and act on it under the direction of the National Computer Emergency Response Team. So we're setting up the set architecture here, which is the...
I'm sorry, just on your own words. They need, I will, they need utility companies. You just referred to the Honorable Ejare's question, your answer. You said the utility companies need. You are now policy leader. Won't your words change to I will provide them with those cyber protection instead of they need, we need?
Point noted, thank you. But the point is that the Cybersecurity Act mandates the Cybersecurity Authority to work with the various sectors to set up their own computer emergency.
Has the Cybersecurity Authority been set up yet? I didn't get the answer.
I didn't get the question, please.
I was asking whether there is a cybersecurity authority set up after the law was passed.
The law has just been passed, and so we're in the process of setting up those structures. But the center which existed, which is going to be transformed into the authority and beefed up, has already done some work. So in conjunction with these three sectors, they have this infrastructure in place. Now, once the authority is operational, all of this architecture is going to be put in place, and we're going to see more robust defense of our critical national information infrastructure. Currently, there's a technical working group that comprises all the various sectors that have some responsibility for cybersecurity, including the private sector as well, working under the auspices of the center. All that has been formalized in the law and is going to be given even more teeth to be able to bite. We're doing so much work online. and in virtual platforms, that we need to also scale up our cyber defenses to protect the work that we're all doing in that space. And so it is a matter of critical importance for all of us. And if given the nod, we will work expeditiously to get the center established, up and running, and to be able to undertake its responsibilities under the law, which will protect all of us.
Thank you very much. Enough on policy. Mr. Chair, if you permit me, I have a short video for my next question.
You have a short what?
Video for my next question.
I think it will be advisable to alert me.
I'm asking.
Honorable Leader did this, no notice, suddenly video, and then.
No, please, so, I'm asking permission before it comes. But before
in future, let's discuss this before.
Okay, thank you very much. It's all your. Yes. It's okay. Enough. Thank you very much. Yes, that's all I need to show to ask my question. Yes. Honorable nominee, the duty of care that we owe to the public as members of parliament is great. Can you explain or justify your unprovoked, illegal assault on Honorable Collins Dauda on the 6th of January in the chamber of the
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if you would indulge me. If you would indulge me.
My respected colleague has posed a question. And the question is to the effect that our colleague who is a witness before us attacked another member without provocation. And she anchors it on a video footage. My point here is that there was an incident prior to that footage, because we're all here. Please, wait. Colleague.
Address me, please. Address me.
Mr. Chair, we have a duty to be fair. I am therefore saying, as a preliminary matter, that a chair had been pulled.
Don't worry. I know if she has a problem, she'll tell me.
Mr. Chair, to the extent that she said unprovoked, that is why I wanted to draw your attention. You could have put this properly.
She will answer.
Eric.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I answer the question, I think I have to put it on record that as members of the 8th Parliament, a lot happened on the 7th of January that none of us is proud of and can be proud of. And I have been a member of this House. This is my 3rd term in this House. I have never, ever witnessed any incident like what took place on the 7th of January, 2020. Now, prior to the swearing in of any members of Parliament elect, as was my experience, we entered the chamber on the 7th of January, and every seat is labeled with the name of the member who is assigned to that seat. I entered this chamber on the 7th of January, and no seats were labeled. And so nobody had any idea where they were to sit. And in my estimation, it was supposed to be free seating, then anybody could sit anywhere. Incidentally, this is the same seat that I was sitting in the House on that day. And Honorable Collins Dauda was sitting next to me. And he kept asking me, oh yeah, then what? Sorry, free, get up and leave. And I said, I'm not going anywhere.
What is the meaning of that?
That's what I'm explaining. What are you doing here? Get up and leave. And I told him that I'm not going anywhere. Since I don't see any seat in the House with my name or anybody else's name on it, I assume that anybody can sit anywhere. And this is where I choose to sit. I was sitting here when the Member of Parliament for Ashiama, in the company of several other gentlemen, walked up to me, pulled out the seat from the chair I was sitting on. I fell on the floor. And when I got up, I just linked it up with what he had been telling me, Honorable Collins Dowda had been telling me previous, sorry, get up and leave, and assume that maybe, and I put it on record that subsequently I've been made to understand that my inference from his earlier comments and the unprovoked assault on me at the time were not linked, and I have apologized to him. But I was pushed to the floor, the chair was pulled from under me, and I fell to my knees right where I'm sitting. And so when I got up, instinctively I made the connection that he may have been in cahoots with the gentleman who did that. And so I said, if you are not going to let me sit on my chair, you are not going to sit on your chair as well. I'm not saying it to justify what happened. The events of the 7th of January 2020 are a blot on the reputation.
2021.
2021 are a blot on the reputation of the 8th Parliament. And I know that subsequently we all realized that things got out of hand and we could have acted differently. And I've apologized to Honorable Collins Dowda. I'm yet to get an apology from Honorable Ernest Nogwe, who pulled the chair from under me and pushed me to my knees. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As a follow-up, yes. I spoke to Honorable Collins Dowda 5 minutes before I entered this chamber, and he told me that you have failed to apologize to him 5 minutes before I entered this chamber.
Honorable Member, you are not capable of giving evidence in that respect.
So, my instruction is that you have not apologized to Honorable Collins Dowda.
Honorable Member, don't answer that one. Don't.
No, Chairman, the nominee said she has apologized to Honorable Collins Dowda. The nominee further said that Honorable Nogwe Ashiama is yet to apologize to her. So it's now her word against the Honorable Ejare. So
that's my ruling. Honorable Ejare is not in a position to use her word against her because she's not the party.
No, but
she can only repeat what
her nominee is in the witness box. So let her state her answer for our purposes tomorrow. Okay. She's up. Okay. So we've taken note of it. We've taken note of it. Thank you. Okay, Honor Eric. You have some information.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, Yabama gave you the floor earlier.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Designate. Yes, please. Congratulations. You're ready? Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Look absent-minded.
I thought the question would follow, so I was waiting.
I'm not asking a follow-up question, right? You're okay? Very good. Honourable Minister, I know you have a lot of experience in this sector, and you've worked with Westel and other state entities, and has been involved in a lot of state acquisitions in the telecom sector. Government recently assumed ownership of Airtel Tigo and is going to, I want to find out from you what steps you are going to take the running of this entity, and the public will want to know how government intends to run this entity that is taking over. Please, can you address us on this? acquisition by government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Government is in the process of taking over Airtel Tigo. The process hasn't completed as yet, but it is something that we're going to do very quickly, and it is at the request of the operators, the shareholders of Airtel Tigo, who've indicated that they want to exit the Ghanaian market. And government, in view of the importance of this sector, the role it plays in the whole telecoms ecosystem, the number of jobs, direct and indirect, that are supported by this entity, has decided that in the short term, it would take over the assets and liabilities of Airtel Tigo. Government is yet to take a decision on what it will do in the long term with this asset, but we would engage with the stakeholders and appropriate consultants and advisors in taking this decision. But our intention is to maintain it as a going concern and to ensure that we protect the jobs and livelihoods that are dependent on this entity. So I can use this medium to assure all the workers, contractors, suppliers, service providers that do business with Airtel Tigo that once the process is complete, government steps into the shoes of the company and would engage with them on a going concern basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, in today's program, as today is the 15th February 2021, we are vetting you as Minister-Designate for Communication and Digitization. Digitization has been added to your portfolio, and Ghanaians, digitalization. That's a mouthful. Anyway, it's been added to your portfolio, and Ghanaians would want to know how you're going to implement the smart city agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a difference between digitization and digitalization. The portfolio is communications and digitalization. Now, digitization is just the process of converting analog to digital, analog information from a physical format into a digital one. And when this process is leveraged to improve upon business processes, it is called digitalization, using digital technology and digitized data to input how work's done, transform how customers and companies engage and interact, and create new revenue streams and efficiencies. That will ultimately lead to digital transformation, which is our goal. And so I'm excited that this has been added to the portfolio. We were doing it anyway, but it's now going to be formalized, and it will enable us to provide greater oversight over all the digital initiatives taking place in all sectors, and supervise and monitor their work, set standards, and ensure that there's a reduction in duplication and waste. Earlier on, we heard about the Accra Intelligent Road Transport project, which had to be abrogated because there was an existing project ongoing in the Ministry of National Security, which would assume those responsibilities, and so there was no need to engage in a different contract to do that. That's what happens when there is no entity providing oversight on what's going on in this space in the various sectors. And so I'm excited that at least that gap will be filled with the ministry, which can we can advise on planned contracts and notify agencies that some initiatives may already exist. As a matter of information, we've already acquired an enterprise license for Microsoft for the public sector. If the Public Procurement Authority is not aware and agencies are not aware of it, in contracts that they are going to undertake, they may also be procuring what government already has, and that would end up costing government more because we'll be paying twice or 3 times for infrastructure and services that we already have, because nobody has oversight over what's going on in the sector. In the same vein, as part of this agenda, we will ensure that there is greater interoperability of the systems that are procured so they can speak to each other. And there will be better security for that architecture. And the critical national information infrastructure being procured in the various sectors will also be identified and assisted so that they operate much better. And the data that is generated by all these systems, we need to understand that it is valuable. Sitting in silos, it is useless to anybody, but we would put in place proper data governance systems so that its ownership, utilization, how it is handled and protected, and privacy concerns are all written into the contracts from inception and will be monitored to ensure that it is done properly. We would also look at setting up a data exchange platform so it is easier to retrieve information. And I get excited at the possibility because it's going to create even more jobs for data scientists, data analysts, and others who will be looking at the information and gleaning information from it, which will in turn guide policy formulation on the basis of concrete information that's extracted from data that we already have, but which nobody is looking at or utilizing. It's been said that data is the new oil, and if properly managed, we can get a lot of resources from it, but we need to be able to look at it. Now, the example I use is the gold mining areas. If you don't know what you're looking at, you may see gold as a pile of dirt, but a miner who knows what he's looking at and knows what is in there would extract the gold from what you see as a pile of dirt. The data we're generating now is akin to the pile of dirt, but there are very valuable nuggets in there, which we need to extract and utilize for planning and other purposes. There's a lot that has already been done, but one of the key things that I believe I would focus on, if given the nod, is to provide a means of linking the assets that already exist in government and utilizing it for the benefit of the people, particularly digital infrastructure. You have ECG owning fiber, Gridco owning fiber, NITA having some fiber. It's all scattered. We want to do rural telephony. They need a backbone. It will either have to be fiber or satellite. How do we extend connectivity to all district assemblies and offices across the country, schools, hospitals, police stations, without a robust digital infrastructure? By linking all these assets in government, linking it together and building up on it, we can have a network on which even the private sector can ride to extend services to all the outlying areas. And so that's one thing that I'm going to, if given the nod, have conversations with the necessary stakeholders to see how government can derive maximum benefit from assets it already owns and has paid for, but which is sitting in silos and from which we're not deriving much benefit. There's a lot more that we have in mind, but this in a nutshell is some of the things that we would do once given the nod.
Thank you very much for this elaborate explanation. Honourable Minister, MTN, Vodafone are major players in the telecom sector in Ghana. And their transactions, even with mobile money operations, far outstrips that of banks in recent reports. They've now become very huge players in the internet service provision space and are gradually pushing out local ISPs in that space. What would you want to do to protect the local players within that space, the local ISP players? Thank you.
That's a very difficult question, but I'll attempt an answer. Now, we've granted licenses to predominantly Ghanaian companies to also operate in this space, but they're faced with these global giants that are muscling them away from even the small niche that they occupied in this space. It's incumbent on us not to give with one hand and take with the other. And so I'll engage with the industry and see how we can also provide some space for the local ISPs to provide fixed data. That's the licenses that we gave them, but we've also empowered these giants to also operate in this space. So because of their might, they're crowding them out. We need to have some conversations about what to do in this fixed data space so that our local companies, broadband wireless operators, can also thrive. It's a capital-intensive industry, and if you're not guaranteed significant profits, it's difficult to keep plowing in investment, knowing that it will be almost impossible to retrieve it. And so government has to step in and see how it can also assist. The infrastructure sharing that I talked about earlier can help, so that the local ISPs do not have to put in their own capital investment, but can utilize the existing infrastructure of these global giants to also compete in this space. But these are all conversations that we'll have about active infrastructure sharing. We can also look at pricing policies and all that, but we'll have to consult with the regulator and the network operators and the local ISPs to see how we can provide them with some relief. The cost of locating on the towers owned by the private tower companies has also become an issue, but I know that the NCA has had some conversations with them and had some studies done on the pricing that they are offering on this market, and it's due to also call them in and have some conversations about them lowering their prices or rationalizing their prices in this space as well. So if giving the nod, we'll continue with the stakeholder engagement and come up, fashion out a policy that will ensure the survival of the local ISPs in this area as well. Thank you.
Good, yes. Honorable Gaga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, you mentioned the Cybersecurity Act 2020, Act 1038, as one of the attempts, bold attempts, that has been made to deal with the emerging threat of cyber insecurity in our country. You deserve some commendation for that effort. However, if you look at sections 72, starting from sections 72 up to section 76, the Cybersecurity Authority assumes some powers of interception therein. Now, my point is, you would recall sometime in 2016, the government at the time made a bold attempt to introduce a harmonized legislation on the interception of postal packets and telecommunication. You are very much aware about that attempt. But the point is, at the point in time when that bill was introduced before this House, the political opposition at the time made so many damning remarks about that bill. The net effect of their condemnation was that that bill was a spy bill crafted to interfere with the rights of citizens and Article 18 of our Constitution. Would you say that this new Cybersecurity Act 2020 that you shepherded is crafted to spy on our citizens, like the political opposition in 2016 stated?
Mr. Chairman, when the Ministry of Communications was given the responsibility for cybersecurity and the issue of interception orders also came up, I smiled to myself and said, what goes around comes around. Because the political opposition you referred to, I was one of the key voices in there as well. And so we took the pains to look at the objections that were raised then and look at how other analogous institutions around the world had dealt with that situation and how the balance between privacy concerns and giving the law enforcement agencies the ability to also utilize information that can be gleaned from digital devices in addressing cybersecurity challenges can also be done. And so we undertook study tours to the UK to study the processes that they had in place. Now, one of the key objections or objectionable provisions in the previous postal packets bill was the power of the National Security Coordinator, I believe, to intercept information for 48 hours before applying to a court for the right to intercept that information. And that was unacceptable in all the jurisdictions that we went to. And so this legislation was very carefully crafted to ensure that whatever the law enforcement agents do is on the approval or with the approval or the authority of the High Court, so that there can be judicial oversight over their actions. And it is hoped that that would help protect the rights of citizens, because they would have to demonstrate with evidence before a judge why they need that information and for what period. So,
Chairman, let me come in. This is a very sensitive matter for every Ghanaian who wants the letter and spirit of Article 18.2, I believe, to be respected. Now, you are saying that the language as crafted, every Ghanaian wants to be assured of the privacy of his communication. Other than that, there will be no social harmony or social stability. Even marital stability will suffer if persons have easy access to those information. Can you read the text for our purposes to understand that the law that you shepherded respects the right to privacy of communication? Read it. We don't want to hear what pertains elsewhere. Let's see your words and see whether that judicial limitation was provided for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clause 71 of the Act provides.
Act number, Chairman. Act number. Clause 71 of Act.
Clause 7, Section 71 of Act 1038, the Cybersecurity Act 2020, provides, and with your permission, I read. The head note is Application for Interception of Traffic Data. 71.1. A senior investigative officer authorized by a designated officer may apply ex parte to the High Court for an interception warrant to collect or record traffic data stored or in real time. 2. The senior investigative officer authorized by a designated officer who makes an application under subsection 1 shall demonstrate to the satisfaction of the court that there are reasonable grounds to believe that traffic data associated with a specified communication and related to or connected with a person under investigation is reasonably required for the purposes of a specific criminal investigation.
My next question has to do with the conduct of the Director General of the NCA, and going through the ministry standing over those, it's obvious the NCA is one of the agencies that you oversight as Minister for Communications. Now, they said NCA Director General, Mr. Joe Anochi, was designated as a representative of the new patriotic party in the just ended presidential and parliamentary elections at the EC as a representative. And yet, when you go through the National Communications Authority Act 2008, the Director General is appointed by the President pursuant to Article 195 of the Constitution. That effectively makes him a public servant. He comes under the purview of the Public Services Commission. Now, as the sector minister, did you see anything wrong with the way and manner the Director General of the NCA was designated as a representative of the MPP in the just ended elections? Where should his fidelity lie? Is it his party or the state, given the fact that he had now become Director General?
The question is, do I see anything wrong? No, I don't.
Why? Why don't you see anything wrong with his conduct, given the fact that as Director General, he had now become state property, so to speak. His fidelity was now to the state. But he elected to represent a political party. Does that not raise issues of conflict? Because in one breath, we're expected to see him as somebody acting for the state as Director General of the NCA. But all of a sudden, we found him in the EC strong room in political party colors. Does that not offend against the rules?
Mr. Chairman, I think the cardinal rule for every professional is in the performance of their professional obligations, not to allow their political leanings to color or affect the performance of the official duties. I was a minister then, but when I was performing my duties as a minister, I represented the entire country and performed my functions to everybody, regardless of their political leanings. And that is what everyone should do. When I had to mount a campaign platform to campaign for the New Patriotic Party, I'll take off my minister hat and wear my MPP member hat and do it to the best of my ability. And so in my opinion, that's exactly what the Director General of the NCA would do. When he's performing his duties as the Director General of the NCA, he would do so to the best of his ability in a professional manner. When he is acting as a member of the New Patriotic Party, he would also do so to the best of his ability in his most partisan manner. I don't see anything wrong with that. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, the National Signal Bureau, and an act was passed recently to give legal backing to the existence of that body. It used to be the BNC, Bureau of National Communications. It operates directly under the ministry responsible for national security. Similarly, we have the National Cyber Security Center, which is now the National Cyber Security Authority under the new Act 1038. Now, this body operates under the Ministry of Communication. My point is, you have two state agencies responsible for the fight against threats in our cyberspace. One is responsible for security agencies, that is the National Signals Bureau, whilst the other one has general jurisdiction. Don't you think that for purposes of effective collaboration, these two agencies of state ought to have been operating under the same umbrella body, maybe one ministry? If it's national security, it's national security. If it's Ministry for Communications, it ought to be the Ministry for National Communications for purposes of effective collaboration amongst the two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was discussed at length in various stakeholder consultations, and the decision was taken to leave them under separate jurisdiction. As I indicated, there has to be sector-specific infrastructure for cybersecurity, and it's already being done. The National Signals Bureau, I keep thinking of them as BNC in my head because that's what I knew when I was dealing with them. The National Signals Bureau, which takes over the operations of the Bureau of National Communications, has always worked very, very closely with the Cybersecurity Center. And they are represented in the Joint Cybersecurity Committee, which has been set up by the law, by the Cybersecurity Act. They necessarily have to work closely together in the same vein, and they are overseeing the cybersecurity of the security architecture, which is fine in this country. Just as the Bank of Ghana is overseeing the financial services, the NCA is overseeing the telecommunications sector. Sector-specific incidents will be addressed by them, and they will inform the National Cybersecurity Authority, which would share that experience with the other sector sets, so that if there is a common cyber threat that is being experienced by them, they can also address them. It will have the technical capability to share information securely amongst all of them. But I believe that it sitting where it is was planned and thought of. And in the architecture that we're developing in our cybersecurity ecosystem, it works. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Yes, that'll be fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister-Designate, Congratulations. I want to ask questions on what I would say bother the ordinary person on the street, which are very fundamental under your sector. The first one is whether you can tell us the policy on mobile money transactions. On mobile money transactions, especially regarding the kind of money which is flowing through the system, and whether probably there will be any reason to even tax such transactions. And what are the implications of such a policy?
You are leading me into temptation. You are leading
Please
me
don't be tempted. Stay within bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the report I have from the Common Platform, which monitors mobile money transactions, indicated that in January 2021, monthly usage from 344.6 million transactions was 81.3 billion Ghana cedis, which passed through mobile money platforms in January alone. And it generated 124.5 million in transaction fees to the mobile money operators. And it provides further breakdown of transaction types. In my opinion, and I'm expressing my opinion here, the transaction fees generated by operators from these huge traffic and volumes on mobile money platforms ought to be taxed. That's my personal opinion. I've said so on several platforms. I'm not saying that individuals who send and receive mobile money should be taxed. However, the fees they pay to all the network operators for the service is revenue that they earn, and the state has to be interested in that and has to tax them for it. I've been further informed that some of them are even phasing out the sale of scratch cards and insisting on top-ups from mobile money. What that means is that the revenue that the state would have gotten from the sale and receipt of scratch cards is lost to the state. And they are charging 10% for each top-up on mobile money, which is money that they are generating, which is currently beyond the reach of the state. So while we're losing money on the traditional revenue streams because of the evolution of technology, we have disabled the state from gaining revenue from the new streams that these network operators are getting.
Honorable Minister, when you say we have disabled the state, who is disabling the state? Is it the state which is excluding
Or the state has disabled itself?
Yes.
Because currently, mobile money and all revenue generated from it are not taxed as financial transactions. So I believe we need to look at that again.
But Chairman, still there, this is an indirect taxation. Once you charge the transaction, that will be taxed on mobile money, accept it or not, or give it any other name. There would be passed over by the telecos to the consumer. So you will still be taxing the consumer indirectly. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, they are already charging consumers for the use of the service. And that's 10% per transaction. I think if you send, you pay 10%. If you receive, you pay 10%. Is that it? So both ways, they are, I stand to be corrected, It is 1%. Okay. That revenue that they are getting from the transaction fees, I believe the GRA and the Minister for Finance ought to be interested in that. As I indicated, 124.5 million in January alone in transaction fees for mobile money. If even the state is getting, I don't know what percentage of that, 10% of that per month, that's 12 million. That's 12.5 million per month. Significant if you multiply it over the year. And I think we need to have those conversations in view of the fact that the state is losing revenue from the traditional revenue streams because of the evolution of technology. The number of people who make normal voice calls is declining. And so the revenue that the state would have got from that through the communication service tax is declining. And that's organic. It's not going to go up anytime soon. We're using more data to do more, which is great. This is a conversation that is being had globally. Other over-the-top services are taking away revenue from the traditional streams, which is being lost. New revenue streams are being generated. And a lot of studies are being done globally from the GSMA, the ITU, the CTO, all looking at this space. Of course, you will get opposition from the operators on the imposition of taxes or levies on these new revenue streams. That's to be expected. They're getting free money. Why should they share it with anybody?
Chairman,
but if I might just conclude on that.
Just excuse me to have a bite of your cherry. The Telecom Chamber have repeatedly petitioned your office and raised concerns about the heavy taxation of the industry and its implications on cost of data. Will you still insist that taxes on the transaction of up to 125 million, arguably, maybe if you multiply that times 12, is still the way to resolve the problems of the industry? Or you just want to look at it as a revenue stream for government? And when you say we need to have a conversation, you are now a lead policy person. So you should be speaking in providing the leadership, not throw it back to us. You have to take a decision. So your advice to a Minister of Finance would be he should consider taxing the mobile money regime, but focusing essentially on the, as you call it, transaction fees that the telcos earn. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, it's a long-standing position of mine. I have made this known in several fora. And I believe the time has come for us to look at the whole slew of revenue that is derived from this sector and see how we can rationalize it. Some would have to go, and new ones may have to be imposed. And at the end of the day, once we have that stakeholder consultation on the state revenue from this sector and the impact on the business, I believe we can arrive at some acceptable middle ground, which will not overburden the industry, but will ensure that government also doesn't lose the revenues that it is generating from the sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next one is also another public interest.
I hope that everybody will take advantage of this new opportunity to secure our devices. And there will be a cut-off date where unregistered SIMs will be blocked. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And last one, radio station.
Before you proceed, the Public Affairs Department wants me to announce we are available, or we are live on GTV News, or GTV 24, or GTV News, not on GTV. But people are complaining that they can't monitor us on GTV, so we are available on the other network, the 24-hour news network, and on our Facebook platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last one is on radio stations. Radio stations. The NCA is under your ministry. You supervise their work. Now, what we hear is that Ursula has led to the closure of radio stations, or has been at the forefront of getting some radio stations closed down. What really is the situation and the story about closure of radio stations?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ursula has not closed down any radio station. Let me start by that. Now, just to summarize, the National Communications Authority is mandated by Section 2 of the Electronic Communications Act 2008, Act 775, to regulate the radio spectrum designated or allocated for use by broadcasting organizations and providers of broadcasting services. Upon assumption of office, I informed them to enforce the law. That's all that I did. There are 625 authorized FM stations in Ghana as at the end of 2020. 625. A total of 452, representing 72%, are in operation, and 173, representing 28%, are not yet in operation. In 2017, following my charge to them to enforce their law across sectors, not just in broadcasting, the NCA conducted an audit exercise, and which indicated that 144 stations had committed several infractions, which necessitated that they be sanctioned. There's a breakdown of who did what, but I'm just giving a summary. At the end of the exercise, 56 FM stations were closed down. 43 of those stations have submitted fresh applications for authorization, out of which 30 have been processed and granted new authorizations to operate. The remaining 13 applications, I'm informed, will be processed within the first quarter of 2021. So by the end of March, the remaining 13 applications would be processed. Mr. Chairman.
Process for what?
Well, there's a procedure. Maybe let me recap. After the FM audit, certain fines were imposed ranging from several millions of cedis to thousands of cedis on some of the affected stations. Some operators started paying those fines. There was a huge outcry that the fines were too much. And so I came to this house and announced that upon consultation with the board, we're taking the decision to reduce the fines. The board itself took further action to reduce the fines to 1 year. Some had been in default for over 16 years, and they had calculated it backwards. 16 years, and they had calculated it backwards. Dissatisfied with all that, some of these stations went to court, or the tribunal. Now the tribunal decided that the NCA acted wrongfully in imposing fines on those whose authorization had expired and had not applied for renewal. They could only impose fines on those who had valid authorizations. Now, if you do not apply for renewal 3 months at least before your license expires, it means you do not have a valid authorization, and you revert to the position of somebody who is now going to apply for an authorization. And so the NCA had to refund the monies that they had collected from those that they fined. And if the law doesn't allow you to operate without a license, then you do not have the right to operate without a license. And that's what led to the shutdown of the radio stations. So it was by operation of law. And there are several cases that decided that at the tribunal. And I can leave copies of it for the House, if so required.
Chairman, just a follow-up. So you are in the political space, freedom of expression, guaranteed constitutional right. The vehicle to express it is either through our mouth as we do, or through the medium of radio and television. Walking the delicate path of a balance, will you consider the closure of FM stations an affront to freedom of expression or a negative to its enhancement in our country?
Absolutely not. To enjoy any right, you come to equity with clean hands. But if the same law which grants you the right to operate as a radio station in furtherance of the freedom of expression, you flout that law as a citizen of this country, you are subject to the laws of this land and the sanctions applicable. And we cannot by any stretch of the imagination say when the law is being applied, it means it's an infringement on the right to free expression.
My question is within the context of your own reference to a judicial decision that those fines, assuming that is what informed a closure, you had done harm to freedom of expression.
The judicial decision was that they didn't have the right to impose fines, and they should enforce the law which applies to those who operate without authorization.
So did the imposition of the fines occasion the closure of any FM station?
No. The imposition of a fine did not occasion the closure of any FM station. Those operating without valid authorizations in violation of the law were closed down in implementation, in the enforcement of the law.
Chairman, please, if you may indulge me, follow. So, Honorable Minister-Designate, from all that you have said in respect of the radio stations and NCA closure and imposition of fines, strongly you are making a case that you had personally not targeted any particular radio station as no. Very important. Neither had NCA targeted any particular radio station for political reasons. I just would want you to underscore that point from what you've just said.
Mr. Chairman, it is not possible for me to target any particular radio station for special treatment. Many of the names, I had no idea of what the political leanings or ownership of many of these stations are, apart from the known ones. And I believe even the chairman's own station suffered from this exercise, or a station he's affiliated with suffered from this exercise. It couldn't have been selective or discriminatory or unfair. Unfortunately, in enforcing the law, you have no way of knowing where the chips would fall. And so you work to ensure that you do it with a human face. And I believe that's what the NCA was trying to do when it imposed the fines. Instead of closing down the stations outright. I'm not sure they opted for one or the other, but they figured that, and many affected persons did, on appeal to me, I directed them to go back to the NCA to sit down and talk to them and see how they could enter into payment terms and arrangements for them to settle these and some did and started paying. Others chose to go to court, which was their right.
So Muntie and Radio Gold were not targets?
Absolutely not. If they hadn't acted in contravention of the law, they could have touched them or targeted them, no matter how much you disliked or hated them. You couldn't touch them because they would have been incompliant. I'm grateful for this opportunity to clarify the air on that. Thank you.
Honorable,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, my question goes back to connectivity. There are many communities lacking telephone connectivity in this country. Recently, His Excellency President Mahama was in Turwe in the Savannah region, attending the burial of the late member of the Council of State, Tulewura Mahama. And all attempts to reach him, even in an emergency, proved futile. Similar issues persist in other places. If you go to, for example, Labariganya in Leaders constituency, Tamale South, you just can't talk to anybody. There's no way you can reach them. When you come to my own constituency, Salaga South, you go to Kibatito, Teacher Telukra, and I mean, once anyone moves from anywhere and enters those areas, that's it. Unless they come out of there, you are not able to make contact with them by telephone. And so I want to find out, if in the event that you are confirmed, what will be the plan to ensure that these communities all have connectivity to reduce the burden and stress of people when we need to transact business in some of these areas? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I indicated in response to an earlier question, we are currently working on that. And there's this project that we're rolling out. And hopefully within 18 months from November last year, so by the end of this year, we should have gone very far toward connectivity challenges around the country. It is a problem that whole populations are cut off from the rest of the country. Now, if we're able to make that work and provide the robust digital infrastructure to enable us to engage virtually, I think even our roads would have a longer lifespan, because you wouldn't have to move to point X to transact a business. You can do it on your mobile phone, and that would also help to grow the economies in the various parts of the country. So it is a major priority of this government. We've started working on it, and we intend to see it to completion. Thank you. My second question has to do with the telecom companies, and specifically MTN. Sometime last year, I think the NCA described them as a strong market and further said that they were going to ensure that there was more competition in the market and also pricing of telecom services would be more affordable to Ghanaians. I think the MTN didn't take kindly to these statements and went to court. Would you please share with us what the roadmap to success in this particular case is, and also whether that action, what its implications will be for investment in that sector in the future? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's the telecoms policy which has put in place measures to prevent the emergence of monopolies in this telecom sector. And so it set a ceiling that if any entity, it's carefully here, if any operator exceeds 40% of the market share in any sector, then certain rules kick in as they're designated as a significant market power. In 2016, the NCA undertook a research into the market conditions in this country, engaged a consultant to do that. They presented their report, which clearly stated that MTN was dominant in the market, in both voice and data. They updated that report, and that is what was presented to me, and upon consultation with them, they went ahead and designated them as an SMP. What that means is that they have to take steps to ensure that they do not provide differential pricing for people on their network and people who are from other networks. So despite the fact that they can have their own data plans and all that, they need to ensure that subscribers on other networks aren't treated unfairly. So they have to submit their pricing policies and plans for approval to the regulator. They have to, in interconnect, they have to be in asymmetrical interconnect. Those who are terminating calls on their network would pay less than they who are terminating calls from their network. A whole slew of regulations kick in. I'm happy to report that they are in constant discussions with the regulator on how to manage this process so that the ultimate consumer doesn't suffer. It is a market correction initiative. It is not a punitive measure. And we're hopeful that at the end of the day, it will result in more favorable costs for the consumer, the consumption of the various services. All the other companies who are also operating in the market to have a more fair playing field within which to operate. And it will inure to greater benefits for the industry as a whole and the citizens in general. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my last question is on COVID. We all recall that at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, your ministry launched an app, which the BBC described as a fanfare event. Now, will you be able to furnish us with the cost of the app, the cost involved in the launch, and also whether the app has indeed lived up to what we expected it to do in terms of helping trace contacts within the COVID pandemic, and how successful it has been? What will you say are the achievements? What will you say are the app's achievements so far, and whether you are able to tell us the cost of the app, the launch, and whether it's been able to actually live to what the expectation, the COVID tracing, contact tracing app that was launched at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. Thank you. Thank you very much. In many parts of the world, at the onset of the pandemic, they tried to use technology to assist them in contact tracing and for people to self-report and to give an overview on what was happening in the various countries to enable the health authorities get a handle on it. We also had a lot of conversations around this, and certain public-spirited individuals offered all manner, just as people were offering PPEs and monies in the fight against COVID. Some companies working in the sector also offered to put their expertise at the disposal of the government, and we gladly accepted it. And so, I have said so several times, the COVID app didn't cost the Exchequer, the Consolidated Fund, the government of Ghana. We didn't pay anything for the COVID app. It was a contribution that one of the companies working in the sector decided to make to assist our efforts in the fight against the pandemic. So far, I haven't received any invoice from anyone for payment for this app. So I hope this settles the matter of the cost of the app and its launch and related expenses attached to its use once and for all. Secondly, what benefits have we derived from it? We've put in place the infrastructure that the Ghana Health Service can use to assist in contact tracing. Now, we all know that it is spread through contact with infected persons. So if we're able to detect early enough that there's a cluster of cases in a certain area, it can even lead to localized lockdowns so that they can be treated with. And that was the intention with which we took up the offer to set up and implement this app, working in consultation with the Ghana Health Service. Now, it's built on voluntarily uploading or downloading the app and inputting your information on it. It is not mandatory. So whether it will be effective or not depends on how Ghanaians utilize it. The noise generated by its launch and the way we demonized it led to a low uptake of the app. And so we're where we are. Despite the fact that the infrastructure exists, it is available.
Down here, they normally use the word, the noise generated.
Okay, let me rephrase.
The noise
generated. The controversy generated by discussions around the cost of the app and whether it was useful or not, or all of that led to, sometimes we demonize very good projects, knowingly or unknowingly, and it affects public perception and usage, and ultimately we all suffer from it. What I can say is that the architecture, the infrastructure still exists. With this second wave, I think it would be useful if we revisited the usage of this app. We're going to have further discussions with the Ghana Health Service to see how they can also incorporate that into their terms. In Korea, it is mandatory to download the app for everyone who enters the country. And I know because my daughter, my niece, just went there, and she just sent me a short brief about what she went through. At the airport, every arriving passenger is to submit their test results, which we do here too, and then they go to a table where they are asked, or they're checked to see whether they have downloaded and set up a self-quarantine safety protection app. And they show them how to use the app to input their temperature twice daily, input their test results when they have it, input their contact information so that they can be reached, give the details of another person in the country who can be reached even at 5 a.m. in the event that...
So, Chairman, Minister nominee, Chairman, with your indulgence. So, will you introduce a COVID application that facilitates testing and other things that protect Ghanaian life? My difficulty is we need to. You are now speaking as a leader of policy, just as you got the word noise. In the pursuit of public policy, the public have every right to raise objections to any policy pursued by government that they are dissatisfied or unhappy with. Will you provide that leadership?
Mr. Chairman, the app already exists. It is incumbent on us to utilize it. All its functionalities, all the functionalities that exist in the app in Korea exist in the app in Ghana. Whether we use it or not will determine whether it would help us in the fight against the COVID pandemic or not. If given the nod, I will work with the Ghana Health Service to facilitate its uptake. But we need to look at the question of whether it's going to be voluntary downloads or we're going to make it mandatory, as it happens in other parts of the world. Even the wearing of nose masks, which we all know will protect us from the pandemic, is a challenge when some people still refuse to wear it. And so we need to look at all of that. But if we do, we would find that technology can help us to beat this pandemic much quicker than if we use the traditional ways of doing things. But one of the major problems is attitudinal change.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I want to congratulate you on your nomination. Forgive me, but I'd like to go back to a network connection one more time. It's something that is very, very dear to my heart. There was a time I was traveling with a member of this house from Yendi to Tamale. And between Honorable Member of Parliament from Young's constituency and Honorable Minority Leader's constituency, there are some areas that you lose network. And those areas mostly are where the armed robbers do their attacks. Now, we were trapped by the armed robbers, and they came very close to our vehicle. When I turned around, it's about 5 meters away, holding the pump action, they fired into the vehicle. I don't know, just by the grace of God that we are still alive. It shattered the windscreen, the back windscreen, and everything, and bullets went flying. Clearly, you could see it was a pump action, but the bullet was spreading, but it was so close range that it didn't spread that much. 2 weeks ago, between Yomo Karaga from my constituency going to Karaga, also another area where there's there's a challenge that I want to...
In between certain places. Let's focus on that.
Now, that security aspect. And then secondly, as I leave home, some of us here have our kids joining lectures on Zoom, and so on and so forth. Now, for those in the deprived communities, they're not able to catch up with some of these things. So the kids are in the home for over a year now. And I think that I want to get your commitment on how to prioritize rural telephony so that it doesn't become just a tool for communication, but also a security matter and also something that would further virtual studies for those who are in the deprived communities. I need about 12 of such to, open up my constituency in Bushegu. And like the Honorable Minority Leader was asking of the Education Minister to get the SAS for Katayele, I want to make a very strong case for rural telephony in the constituency, especially because armed robbery is abound in those areas. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, as you indicated, it is not just a communications tool, but it can also help us in terms of our security architecture. And so there is 110% imperative. It is the highest priority for us to complete this rural telephony project and ensure that all the unconnected parts, or as many of the unconnected parts of our country as possible, are connected. Now, there was a question that a minority leader asked a previous nominee about blind spots on our highways. And as part of this project as well, they will cover all those blind spots. So if you could let me know that particular community area, I would inform the GIFEC and have them look into it as a matter of urgency. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my next question to you is the status of free Wi-Fi to senior high schools. Is the policy on course? And if it's on course, can you tell us how many schools or the plans that you have for free Wi-Fi in senior high schools?
Mr. Chairman, I can happily announce that we're not just now going to do it, but 90% of all senior high schools in this country are connected with free Wi-Fi. In addition to that, the education offices, I think it's the regional or district education offices, are also connected. And so that has been done. Now the challenge is how to extend that to the junior high schools, because working with the Ministry of Education, they, as the Education Minister-Designate informed us, are looking at introducing what they call blended learning, a mix of virtual and actual learning. And so we need to put in place the infrastructure to support that. And that will be one of the main priority areas that we look at, so that you don't have to be in a big city, but even in a remote community, you can also learn online or virtually. And it's something that we need to work at. We're also working with the Ministry of Education to set up a learning management system for all public universities to provide distance learning as well. So that's another project that we're working with. Now, once we're able to connect, as I indicated, using existing digital resources within government and extending it with procuring some from the private sector, we'll even be able to connect our schools, health facilities, security installations, police stations around the country, and help us all work better and sleep safer.
Mr. Chairman, my last question is one that is on self-assessment of your good self. As a Minister for Communication, what would you consider as the 3 highest points? And are there any lows? If there are any, kindly apprise this committee.
Okay, that's a difficult one, but I'll try. I think putting in place the proper digital infrastructure to support the digitization of our economy in terms of the foundational things that we have done is one of the things that I'm most proud of. And we can mention the Ghana Post GPS, the mobile money interoperability system, the national ID system, the Ghana.gov payments platform, which enables, once fully rolled out, will enable citizens to apply for government services seamlessly and pay for those services electronically. If they input their digital address, they can even receive it at their doorsteps if need be. And I think that it's incumbent on all of us to work to ensure that that infrastructure works. The Smart Workplace project that we have also implemented in 300 ministries, departments, and agencies so far, enabling public sector workers to work offline, virtually, is also one thing that we're most proud of. The strides that we've made in cybersecurity as well, though small, have earned us global acclaim. And now Ghana has been designated as the champion in West Africa for leading our cybersecurity initiatives. And if you look behind the Kofi Annan IT Center, you would see a construction site there, and that will house the Cybersecurity Authority. We're building secure facility for the Cybersecurity Authority, which will be in that enclave. Another thing that I also need to mention is what GIFEC has done with rural telephony, the community information centers, the cyber labs for schools, training and capacity building, not just for students, but for artisans, traditional authorities, women, peasant farmers, market women, all of that is something that we're particularly proud. The Girls in ICT initiative as well is an ITU initiative, but we've taken it to another level and have scaled it up.
Just a second. Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. As part of the success story, the Colony GVG revenue, yes, you mentioned, but I just wanted you to underscore that for clarity. Yes, I mean, 20%. I just wanted clarity on that because you were talking about revenue generation and all those things.
Yeah, yes, okay. Let me go back to that as well. That platform, which is owned by government, can also be leveraged to provide other services, and that's what is particularly exciting about that. As part of the contract, every 5 years, and I think this year will be 5 years, they have to upgrade the entire system architecture and provide more up-to-date equipment if the technology has moved on. That technology can also be leveraged to provide other services. And I spoke about the SIM registration and the equipment identity registration. The common platform is going to form the basis on which we are going to leverage all of that. So we don't have to procure expensive architecture to conduct the service again. We already own it. In addition to that, looking at the data generated from it, we can even use it to decide where to put our roads, transit analysis. We can use the information generated to even do a lifestyle audit of people. If you see the amount of monies that are flowing in and out of their mobile wallets, it can give you an indication of the revenues that they earn and can be a guide to revenue officials. We can use it, it has national security possibilities as well. That can be utilized for anti-terrorism purposes. It can generate all kinds of reports on individuals and SIMs detailing telecommunications and mobile applications where possible. Now, as the minister responsible for data protection as well, it is the data generated by these platforms which is valuable, not the individuals who own those, who generate that data. And so we'll be working with anonymized data so we can analyze it and utilize it for general purposes. You can look at the average revenue per user, profiles, and charts, and all of that. And so all that
Please, with your leave, in an answer, the Minister-Designate is talking about an audit of the system for the purpose of upgrading within 5 years. When you were talking about the system using, that over a period it has to be upgraded, I want to know who does the audit of the system to determine the need to upgrade? Who has that responsibility?
The National Communications Authority, working with the contractors. Now, technology, I've been told, has a 5-year life cycle. So it may be functional, but there may be newer models and with better functionality available. So if any such situation exists and will be advised by the National Communications Authority, then they would have to procure the latest technology to be used in their services. Thank you.
Yes, yes, good.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to quickly draw attention that the communication from His Excellency the President, the name of the nominee is quite different from what the nominee has on her CV. She has Ursula Owusu-Ekuful, but the communication from His Excellency the President does not have the G. It will be important to reconcile that for our records. If the nominee will indicate her preference, the one appearing on her CV or what we received from His Excellency the President.
Ursula Gifty Owusu-Ekuful. There's Abna and behind there somewhere.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I want to proceed straight to my first set of questions, which will border on temperament and the nominees' publications, official communication, and public pronouncements. I hold in my hands, Mr. Chairman, 3 letters that the nominee has written to various people in recent times. The first one, dated 16th October 2019, to our colleague, the ranking member on the Finance Committee, as he then was, of the 7th Parliament, who had written to her on a matter to do with the communication service tax and some technical matters. That letter here, signed by the Honorable Atu-Forson. And the letter was in pursuit of his mandate as ranking member, carrying out oversight and seeking clarification. I do not see any offensive language in that 25th March 2020 letter. However, the reply was most offensive, and in the 5th paragraph, the nominee writes, and I quote, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, however, if you feel strongly that customers do not deserve this kind of treatment, you know what to do and are entitled to your opinion. Your remedy does not lie in issuing orders and instructions to me on how to do my work. As the adage goes, if I want lessons in good morals, I certainly will not go to the brothel for it, unquote.
Sammy, can you give us the date?
16th October 2019.
Oh, thank you.
I also have a second letter dated November 1, 2018, addressed to the Secretary of the Bank of Ghana. It's on the official letterhead of the Ministry of Communications, and is signed by Anastasia A. Marfo on behalf of the Minister. Exposure of key financial data of mobile customers, Kelny GVG, contractual requirement. We acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 25th October 2018 on the above subject matter. If the Bank of Ghana desires to communicate with the Minister for Communication on this or any other matter, kindly let the Governor do so. The level of disrespect exhibited by the bank on this matter is simply appalling. We will disregard this letter and its contents. Have a good day. Yours sincerely. There is yet a third evidence I have here, and this is an extract from some email communication to a major telco chief executive officer, dated 4th April 2020, sent at 11:54 a.m. The last paragraph of the communication reads, and I quote, "This is not a joke, and we need the merchant codes and unhashed Momo numbers to be able to trace anyone using that service. You are jeopardizing our work. and I'm about to descend on you like a ton of bricks if you keep stonewalling. Good morning. And that's how the communication ends. Yes, this was an email you sent to a chief executive officer on the 4th of April, 2020 at 11:54 a.m. These three communications from you and the one by Anastasia, who my checks indicate works in your office, is pointing to a certain temperament and attitude which many have raised concern about, industry players and members of the general public. Do you think that this is the best tone and the attitude that a public servant should have in official communication in the course of her work?
Is the one that email, was that also official communication?
Yes, it's official. They were in a group.
Can you give that one to her, or give them to her to identify?
Yes, I can.
Coming from her.
Yes.
The clerk will come.
Yeah, Honorable Surini, if you can kindly
And
pass
then
it.
Honorable Akayo, Chairman. So, Minister.
So there's the one from the reply to Honorable Atufosin, the reply to the Secretary of the Bank of Ghana, and then the communication to the Chief Executive Officer of a telecommunications operator.
So, Chairman, just to top up with what Honorable Black said, Minister, your communication smacks of arrogance. Are you an arrogant person?
Mr. Chairman, I have never sent any email to the Chief Executive Officer of MTN. And I want that put on record. What you're referring to as official communication is WhatsApp messages, not emails. And I don't do business, official business, on WhatsApp. If it's official communication, I will send official communication to them. Mr. Chairman, as I indicated in my introductory remarks, I am fair but firm. That may be interpreted by some as being too hard, and as Honorable Ablakwa put it. How did you refer to it?
The tone is most inappropriate. And some of it are abusive. The one to Honorable Atufosin, for example. I mean, I have his letter. If the chairman permits me, I can read it. Raising technical issues, he showed you utmost respect. And then you tell him that you will not go to him for moral lessons, as though he was operating some brutal, the most inappropriate idiomatic expression in formal communication.
That's an idiomatic expression which simply means that I know where to go to get information from which particular source, and I won't go to the inappropriate source to get it. So, as my letter indicated, the Honorable Ranking Member of the Finance Committee was seeking to tell me that I had no authority to do what I had to do, and I told him in no uncertain terms that I disagreed with his assertion, and I would continue to do my work to the best of my ability. Maybe it's the use of the word brothel, because I heard a lot of this on the public commentary on this, and I have responded to it. I am not operating any brothel. I do not think that he operates at the level of brothels. That's not the meaning of the idiom. And so words have meanings. If we put the right meanings to them, we will not fall into the mistaken belief that maybe something untoward is being done. But as I indicated, I am fair but I am firm in the work that I do. And if people find or take exception to it, I cannot promise that I would act differently, but we would be more measured in our responses going forward.
But, Chairman, when you are measured, I cannot promise doing it differently. I will be measured. Reconcile that.
I will try. I cannot promise, but I will try.
Honorable Member, the complaint is that the language you chose is not the language of public service. Is that what you're saying? You will try to be more measured, rather?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the phrase that is normally used to end such official communication is, I extend to you the assurances of my highest esteem. We will endeavor to do that.
You endeavor to use public service language because you are public
Absolutely, going forward.
So, Chairman, is she accepting that that language was not public service language and that she endeavor to make a distinction between Ursula as a person and the Minister for Communication, and a clear distinction between public life and public service and personal life?
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that distinction. If I'm sending a WhatsApp message to a colleague in the industry, I would exercise some laxity and relax in the way we communicate with each other. And if that is now being elevated to the point of official communication, then it puts me at a bit of a disadvantage in knowing how to relate to people informally. When I am writing official communication, it is formal and it is done so. But in informal WhatsApp messages, which have been printed and are being shown here as official communication, then it puts us and our relations with the named individuals in a bit of an awkward position. So we will endeavor
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, with your leave, just to understand the contention here. The language which is a subject matter of this interrogation, you mean to say it was an informal WhatsApp communication between you and the person, which WhatsApp message has now been printed? Just
Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify, there are 3 letters in issue. A response, formal response on the Communication Ministry letterhead signed by the Minister to the ranking member on the Finance Committee, Honorable Owusu-Ekuful. That's 1. 2 is a letter from the Honorable Minister's office to the Secretary of the Bank of Ghana, which I find equally appalling, from a public officer. That's 2. Formal letter signed by Madame Anastasia, the Minister's office, on her behalf. Then a 3rd one is communication. I thought it was email. She says it's WhatsApp, but it's still communication from the minister. She is not denying that series of, and there's a thread, series of communication. There were many parties receiving those communications. So there are 3 examples I have provided. So I'm surprised that the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader is trying to situate all of this under informal communication. I may concede with the WhatsApp one on informal.
Well, let's move on.
But there are 2 formal communications, the first 2.
Yes. Now, can we move on?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, still as a follow-up to the matter relating to temperament, which is an important matter this committee looks at, It's a 20th February 2020 interview that the nominee granted, which really scandalized this side of the House. We had staged a walkout of the State of the Nation address, which is part of the democratic tools available. Our colleagues boycotted the 2013 State of the Nation address by President Mahama. There were many boycotts on both sides, even constitutional promulgation and all of that have been boycotted. There's been walkouts on several occasions. And yet when we walked out on the 20th of February 2020, the Minister-Designate described us as a group that had taken leave of their senses. They have taken leave of their senses. Does the Honorable Minister-Designate agree that she owes us an unqualified apology? The video is available, Mr. Chairman.
Now, frankly, I'm a bit worried. When it comes to videos, people edit them to support their story. So if we had been aware, would have considered them in their circumstance at committee before they are aired here. Now, there's no way I can know the content is what is being shown, whether that is properly admissible within our rules or not. Just being dumped on us as a committee. You know, I thought that situation, we should have discussed them in-house before we agree that this can be shown as a committee or in public before, you know.
Chairman will be guided, but just accommodate it. If they say and she has a contrary view, she can state that for our purposes. But I shall have brought that to your attention. Okay.
It looks as if they've taken lead of their senses, excuse me to say, particularly when their leadership also indulges in this completely unnecessary and senseless exercise. Now on their reason also indulges in this completely, excuse me to say, particularly when their leadership also indulges in this completely unnecessary and senseless exercise. But staging a walkout which is uncalled for, totally without reason, it looks as if they've taken lead of their senses, excuse me to say, particularly when their leadership also indulges in this completely unnecessary and senseless exercise. Now on their reasoning, they will be speaking at 1 p.m., but we have got some.
Please ask you a question. I don't know whether you heard, members heard, but it looks like the same thing that is being repeated over and over again.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the expression, they have taken leave of their senses, is an outright insult. It's most offensive. And this house, this side of the house, feels scandalized by it. We are hurt by it. The nominee, I believe, owes us an apology because it is not acceptable to call colleagues, honorable members of the House, all of us, not even some, all of us, that we have taken leave of our senses.
Mr. Chairman, if you listen to the full tape and you do not situate what you're saying in context, then maybe what the member is saying may be justified. But what I said is, it looks as if they've taken leave of their senses. Excuse me to say. It's there. If we could just play it again, we would all hear exactly what I said. It looks as if they've taken leave of their senses. Excuse me to say. So even there, the intention is clearly not to say that the minority side of the House has taken leave of their senses. It's English language. And it has meanings. Words have meanings. And you read it within its context. We could also have said that it defies logic.
Honorable Mrs. Ursula Owusu, the expression is the side on which that says they are offended. However, I say, are you willing to say you're sorry to them?
Mr. Chairman, it's also critically important to situate statements within context so you do not read the wrong meanings into it. No offense was meant. If offense was taken, I apologize.
Chairman, so can we request that the nominee, in order we rely on it, you make available to us the full tape of that particular recording? We'll put it, we will situate it within context, but we will not give any secondary meaning to the primary meaning of those words you have used. Are you suggesting that in Ghana, if you want to, pardon my language, use abusive or insulting language on a person, just qualify it with excuse me, and that becomes justified? He's saying that we take objection. Those words were strong. So if you have any doubts, give us the full tape. We would look at it, we would analyze it. Honorable, you are, before Chairman Russell out of order, kindly get
Mr. Chairman, even listening to the tape that was played here, that statement is made over and over and over again, right in this clip. We can play it again for the avoidance of doubt, but it says so clearly. It looks to me as if it doesn't mean you have. And I have said so again. No offense was meant. It is a description of the conduct, and I'm entitled to my opinion as well, with all due respect.
It is because no offense was intended that, in my view, as you should be given the opportunity to say, I did not intend to offend you. Yeah. So, Honorable, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I didn't get your ruling on the matter. Are you asking for the full tape?
I'm not asking for the. This is what do you call a video which has been edited for a purpose. That's why she has answered that question. I don't think that for its purpose, anything beyond this, we can use it for.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, her answer and her response is not clear. Is she questioning the video? Is she justifying what she has said?
Her answer is on record. Please proceed.
So we take it that she refuses to apologize to the NDC side.
Honorable Okuje-Tabraka, this is not fair. Please proceed with it.
Okay, that is fine, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to come to the second matter, which relates to the radio closures. The honorable nominee in an earlier response said that it was not targeted, it was not selective. But I have here a report from the Media Foundation for West Africa, which questions that claim. And the Media Foundation for West Africa indicates that they believe that the processes leading to the closure of the radio station, if I have your permission, I can quote from the report. Checks on the NCA's website today, May 13, 2019, for example, indicated that both Radio XYZ and Radio Gold were listed among the list of authorized FM stations in the country as of the last quarter of 2018. If one were to go by this data produced by the NCA itself, one would ask at what point did these stations become unauthorized? Secondly, checks by the Media Foundation for West Africa on the same NCA database indicated that a vast number of radio stations had not renewed their licenses since their acquisition. This then leaves one with the question, if stations that had not renewed their licenses were to be shut down, why penalize some stations and leave others, unquote. Media Foundation for West Africa, pointing to selectivity. How do you respond to that? And please, if you can also tie that in, you indicate that you charge the NCA to enforce their laws. Did you ask them to close down the radio station, Radio XYZ and Radio Gold, in the way and manner they did it? Gestapo raids, armed policemen, armed to the teeth. Is that how radio stations are closed down in a democratic society where Chapter 12 of our Constitution guarantees media freedom?
Mr. Chairman, the latest report on FM broadcasting service in Ghana from 2017 to 2020 that I have is dated January 2021. And it gives an update on what was done. For the avoidance of doubt, if you would indulge me, the audit was conducted in March 2017 to, among others, assess all FM radio broadcasting authorization, excluding public FM stations operated by the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, identify stations with expired authorizations and those that have not commenced operation within the stipulated period. It was also aimed at recommending appropriate actions for the various cases of regulatory infractions, as well as improvements in the authority's internal working procedures. It identified a total of 144 FM radio stations which were either operating with expired authorizations or had failed to commence operations within the stipulated 2-year period after the grant of their licenses. And there's a table which indicates who did what. Companies whose 5-year authorization expired before the audit but failed to submit complete set of renewal documents were 51. 26 companies applied for renewal before the audit, but no authorization was issued, and they were requested to resubmit a complete application because their application was incomplete. 18 had been issued provisional authorization before the audit, but hadn't paid the fees in full by the time of the audit. 15 had failed to commence operations 2 years within the time that they were granted authorization, even though their authorizations were still within the 5-year validity. And then the rest, 30, were community and campus FM stations that emanated, 34, that emanated within, that fell within the audit. And the enforcement actions that were undertaken, and I'll be grateful if members would listen carefully. Following the recommendations of the audit report and the decision of the Electronic Communications Tribunal in the case of the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association versus the NCA, the authority shut down 51 commercial FM stations for failure to submit complete set of renewal documents prior to expiry of their authorization. In effect, they did not have a valid authorization, and that included Radio XYZ and Radio Gold. They were not targeted out for special mentioned, 51 stations were shut down. 5 community FM stations who also failed to submit a complete set of documents following the amnesty granted on 20th October were also shut down. A total of 15 commercial FM stations were fined as a penalty for failure to commence operations within the stipulated period. Now, the tribunal, in its ruling in the GBC, GIBA and NCA case, further indicated that a renewal application submitted after the expiry of an authorization is not a valid authorization, and the affected FM stations needed to apply for fresh authorizations. Out of the 51 FM stations that were closed down, 41 have applied for new authorizations, of which 28 have been processed, and the remaining 13 are also being reviewed and processed. Where in all this does it state, as the Media Foundation for West Africa has stated, that Radio Gold and XYC were singled out for special treatment? They have got it wrong, and they should get their facts right.
There's a second part to my question as to why only Radio Gold and Radio XYZ had the kind of Gestapo raids that we witnessed on the 9th of May 2020.
Honorable Member, the question is inclusive of that. Move on.
Yes, it has not been responded to.
The answer is inclusive. The report does not single them out.
No, I'm talking about the way and manner the closures were done with armed security personnel. Only those 2 stations from our checks and from the Media Foundation for West Africa's report, that they noticed that only those 2 stations witnessed that kind of Gestapo raid.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I do not direct the NCA on how they perform their functions of enforcing their law. Mine is to indicate the policy direction that the enabling legislation should be enforced. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Mr. Chairman, as further information, following the FM audit, the authority has observed increased regulatory compliance from FM stations in Ghana. The authorizations, which are due to expire at the end of 2020, people started applying for renewal long before the expiry date. And so, if for nothing at all, the enforcement of the regulations in this sector have led to increased compliance with the regulations guiding the operations in this sector. That can only be a good thing. And I commend it to every other ministry, department, and agency and regulatory authority that let's start applying the laws and the rules and the regulations guiding our conduct in this country, in all sectors. And we can only end up with a nation which we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my final question is related to contracting under the then minister at the Ministry of Communications. 2 examples will suffice. I want to the matter to do with a smart workplace that the Honorable Minister said a company called Martin Fracco Limited will execute during the COVID-19 period, for which I see a letter here addressed to the Minister responsible for Finance for the payment of $9.9 million to enable public sector workers work on what is called here a smart workplace platform that will be engineered by this company. 300 MBAs are supposed to have benefited between July and September 2020. However, My checks indicate that this is not the case. The nominee may want to speak to that. Then, that 300 MDAs have not had access to the smart workplace as the contract with Martin Limited, for which a payment request of $9.92 million, and I can tender the letter signed by the Honorable Ursula Owusu-Ekuful to the chairman or to the nominee if she wants to refresh her memory. Public sector workers don't have access to this smart platform in this COVID era, as this solution purported to be addressed. The second matter relating to
Honorable, but the date of the letter, I need it. And then the entity name, Smart what?
Is Martin Fracco Limited.
Okay,
Martin Fracco Limited. It is 25th March 2020. Reference number HA277297010. So this matter, together with the Kelny GVG issue, which Imani Ghana produced a report, a copy of which I have here, insisting that the procurement process was rigged.
Honorable, please answer the first question.
Mr. Chairman, the National Information Technology Agency is the agency that is implementing the smart workplace infrastructure. Their information that they provided to me is that 300 ministries, departments, and agencies have been connected to the smart workplace platform, which is being powered by eSolutions, the Microsoft vendor, and for which Smart InfraCo is providing the digital infrastructure support to enable them extend those services to all the MDAs, whether in their workplaces or in their homes. My information is from the National Information Technology Agency. I don't know where the honorable member got his information from, but the information I have from NITA is that that work has been done, and they have made several representations to the Ministry of Finance on that, and it's easily verifiable.
Have they been paid, Chairman, with your indulgence? Has Martin Franco been paid that amount, to your knowledge?
There are several payments outstanding on this smart workplace project. They include Microsoft license fees, setup costs for eSolutions, operations and management costs for eSolutions, and infrastructure and connectivity costs for Smart InfraCo.
So to your knowledge, NITA developed the invoices, and NITA, National Information Technology Agency, supervises. So invoices would have been generated by them and procurement supervised by them. Is that the case?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Patricia.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to congratulate my sister, the nominee designate for communication. Honorable, I've always known you as a woman's right activist, and you conducted with such a passion and commitment that you even earned the commendation and the admiration of my late mom, Mrs. Agatha PJ. Honorable, being in Parliament for 8 years and pursuing another term for 4 years, what are some of the challenges women in politics face, and how do we overcome them? Thank you very
this one, the challenges are many. And I don't even know if we can even begin to scratch the surface of it in here during this forum. But let it suffice us to say that we are indispensable for the development of any nation. And Kofi Annan, may his soul rest in peace, says we treat women, our most valued resource, as if we've tied our productive hand, our right hand, behind our backs. Instead of freeing the right hand to be able to work, we treat women by tying them up behind our backs. Mr. Chairman, as a woman who's been in politics for some time, I think we need to look at the way we fashion out our political arrangements to make it possible for more women to engage in the political arena. The cost of doing politics is prohibitive. It puts people off. The insults that are heaped on us merely for venturing to participate in the governance of our country, particularly the sexually explicit laced insults that almost every woman in public life is exposed to, is offensive. The pain it causes our families, those who use that language to us, should think about the manner in which we organize our political arrangements to the meetings we have. For the men, you have your wives at home taking care of their homes and the children, and so you can stay out for as late as you like, knowing that the home is taken care of. Women have to juggle multiple responsibilities and keep an eye on the family as well. So late night meetings, long meetings, and all that are incentive. Fundraising exposes women in politics to all manner of dangers when people make unseemly advances to you merely because you're going to seek resources to finance your campaign. It's something that we all need to look at and design and fashion out policies which will make it easier for women to engage in politics. You end up having to develop a very, very thick skin. And you are labeled as arrogant because you speak your mind. You don't find men being subjected to that. It's as if we're here on sufferance. And I think we do ourselves a disservice if we make it impossible for women to also engage freely in the political life of our country. I'm sure we can all bear witness to the fact that we bring a different perspective to the conversations. We give a lot more back to our communities. We are caregivers, and we provide an alternative to the conversations at the table. And we are not at the decision-making table on sufferance. We deserve to be there because we represent the majority of the population in this country who also have to have a voice. And I cannot exhaust all the many challenges, but there are many. And this is just a snapshot and overview of an area that I feel very, very passionately about. And I believe that on both sides of the House, the two caucuses the female caucuses on both sides of the House, we need to sit down and have a conversation about how we're going to work collectively together to advance the cause of the women in this country. Irrespective, regardless of our political affiliation, we're women first, and we represent the women of this country. And together we are their voice in the House. And we can work together to make life a little easier for our younger sisters and children who see us as role models and would like to also follow in our footsteps. I hope that the difficulties will end with this generation of female politicians, and it will not be extended to the next generation so that they would have an easier life in the politics of this country. But we're not going anywhere. We're here for keeps. And so we all have to face that reality. And we're here to stay and learn to work with us so that together our country will be better off for it. And both hands, left and right, will work together to develop our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable, thank you for your well-articulated views on women challenges. But let me also look at our president, Nana Akufo-Addo, was appointed on 2 terms to serve as a co-chair of the eminent group of Sustainable Development Goal advocates. You will agree with me that as a country, we have realigned our sectorial policies with agenda to facilitate the achievement of goal number 5 by the year 2063. What are you specifically doing to help more women and girls acquire digital knowledge? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this question. The world is changing. We're moving towards a 4th industrial revolution. If we do not acquire the right skills, we will be left behind. Women and girls also need to be given the opportunity to engage in this space. And since I started life in this ministry, I've taken a particular attention to this area. And so, as I mentioned earlier, there's this Girls in ICT program. We've scaled it up. We are training more girls in the most remote parts of this country. We're encouraging them to also engage in this space. We're not just giving them the practical computer literacy and basic coding skills that they need even in the work that they do. We're providing them with computer laboratories where they are. And in addition to that, we have a mentorship program, which I think is one of the best things that we could do for the girls. And we expose them to interaction. We give them an opportunity to interact with females in ICT who are working in the technology space. And they share their experiences with them, encourage them, and motivate them to also dare to dream to be an ICT professional in this area. And then we bring the best 100 girls to Accra to spend a week interacting with females in their workplaces as they utilize technology daily. And so they've seen chief technology officers, ICT specialists, women in marketing, sales, and in management level, CEOs, female CEOs of ICT companies who are living and breathing technology every day in their daily life. So it's not just an academic exercise for them, but they see ICT in action in the lives of females in technology. I got letters from many young girls around the country. I was bringing it, but I forgot. Heartwarming that for many of them, they never thought it would ever be possible for them to meet women at the highest levels in various fields of endeavor who are also using technology. And for them, it's an indication of the possibilities that are available if they also get a career in ICT. One lady said she had planned and decided that she was going to be a nurse, but after that exposure, she's going to be a software designer. A 9-year-old said she's going to design her own robot. And it is heartwarming to hear such stories. So for me, creating the opportunity for women to engage at that level, for girls to be challenged and interested in taking up careers in ICTs is very, very heartwarming. There's a technology lab and a mobile hub that has been set up at the Accra Digital Center and the KNUST. And as part of their mandate, more than 40% of the women, the people they train, must be women. And the latest report I received is that they've trained about 5,000 people, 44% of whom are women, in website creation, all kinds of things, applications and software development, and all kinds of things. And so I'm excited that this space is also being created for more women to engage. We can excite them to do more. And I think we've just barely scratched
Thank you, Honorable
the
Minister.
surface.
You're
but we can
excited
do
about the girls.
And I make no apologies for it, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
not asking you to apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman. My final question. Honorable Minister-Designate, I think during the writing for the past 4 days that we've been sitting, this question has been put to almost all the ministers, especially to do with security and defense. Fraud on social media and impersonation is on the rise. And how do you intend to curb it as the use of social media platforms are also increasing? Hello? How do you intend to curb it? Curb. As one, yes?
Fake accounts.
I'm talking about fraud and social fake accounts and impersonation, yes. How do you intend to curb it as the use of social media platforms are also increasing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that was even that question was even asked of the National Security Minister as well. It's a very, very prevalent problem that we face, and almost all of us have had our identities cloned and fake accounts set up through which people solicit for or extort monies from people, claiming the supposed minister or MP or senior government official was going to provide them with jobs, and they needed to provide protocol forms, buy protocol forms for it. We've said over and over again that those are false claims, and nobody is providing jobs on WhatsApp or these social media, Facebook or these social media platforms. The National Cybersecurity Center has a working relationship with Facebook, and once they are alerted, Facebook pulls down those fake sites. But we also need to certify if we are on those social media platforms. We have to indicate which is our real, authentic page so that that can be protected. And any other page that is set up using your identity will be pulled down. But as fast as they are pulled down, they pop up. And that is why we believe that registering SIMs and devices will be an easy way of clamping down on those who are using these digital platforms to defraud people, so that we can go against them, because their identities will no longer be hidden. And it's an imperative that we set that infrastructure in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Can I take a short comfort break, please?
Yes, you may. So, honorable members, 5 minutes. You take your break and come back. 5 minutes. from the Ghana Exim Bank for the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion. The project intention to close the gap in the digital divide. Can you indicate to the committee the status of the project and the measures you have put in place to maintain the facilities should there be a challenge?
Honorable Minister, you've spoken to this matter, so try to be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. About 400 cell sites have been constructed since the project was launched, and a special purpose vehicle has been set up to manage the infrastructure and ensure that we derive maximum benefit from it. They are on schedule and on target to reach their objective by the end of the project period. Thank you.
The government of the New Patriotic Party, under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, made a promise to provide free Wi-Fi to all senior high schools in the country. The contract was awarded. Can you indicate to the committee the number of schools that have the Wi-Fi as we speak and the cost of that project?
We work with the Ministry of Education, who are the actual implementing agents for the school Wi-Fi project. My information is that about 90% of all the senior high schools in this country are connected currently. I don't have the exact figures, but the Ministry of Education should be able to provide it. Thank you. And they would know the full cost of it. I believe connectivity has been written into a budget line, has been provided under the free senior high school project to cater for this project going forward, so we can ensure its sustainability. But I don't have the full details of it. Thank you.
Now, a simple question on the floating bridge. You recall you constructed a floating bridge in your constituency to facilitate mobility. And then the bridge could not float, but washed away. I want you to indicate to the committee the source of funding, the cost of the project, and whether there are plans to reconstruct that bridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I worked with Professor Frimpong Boateng, who was in charge of Science, Technology and Innovation Ministry, to construct that bridge, because when he came on an inspection of the Chemo Lagoon and saw the state in which he was, he indicated that he could assist us put up a permanent, temporary facility on that bridge to facilitate movement of persons from between Shiabu, which is in Ablikuma South constituency, Choko, which is in Ablikuma South constituency, and Shiabu, which is in my constituency. And I can report that for that facility as well, it did not cost us anything, because the good old professor facilitated this construction from his own resources. And unfortunately, the bridge could not float, as you indicated. But the information I had was that it was tampered with, and that is why it's broke. But I can also report that even at the commissioning of this, the sword cutting for this bridge, we indicated to the community that that was a temporary solution and that we would construct a motorable road and bridge between Shiabu and Choko. And the contract for that has been awarded under the Coastal Development Authority. So we're looking forward to the revival of the old Winneba Road, which that bridge would connect. And hopefully they will name the bridge after me when it is done because of all the pain I've suffered for it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. John Puma.
Congratulations, Honorable Nominee. The usage of digital technology by our various public entities in the delivery of public services has been slow despite a lot of innovative efforts by His Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Baumia, and your good self. Now that digitalization has been added to your portfolio, what will you do to leapfrog our public sector into the Web 2 era, which is more dynamic and shareable, so that we can compete with other countries that are digitally advanced? And please, can you tie in with the digitalization agenda of this government in the second term? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The public sector has to work in tandem with the private sector to enable us succeed in our digital agenda. Thankfully, many of these initiatives are private sector led, but we'll provide the policy direction for it. As I indicated in answer to an earlier question, the foundations have been laid, and we need to build upon it. We need to build a digital infrastructure which will support the digital applications and services which will enable us to work better. We need to make it easier for citizens to access government services. We need to make it easier to retrieve information and data, to analyze it for the purposes of policy formulation and planning. And when given the nod, we would lead that exercise to enable that to be done. We must maximize the use of national data that we generate. The data sitting in silos, as I indicated earlier, doesn't benefit us. But once we maximize the use of it, we can even create even more jobs in this area. And that would also help us to deal with the unemployment situation here. Government can also, and has used its purchasing power in the past to grow the local tech industry. Our digital property address system, the national ID system, the Ghana.gov platform were all developed by local Ghanaian tech entrepreneurs. These are local applications to address our current needs, which have global applications. And so I've been promoting the work that they have done, not just locally, but internationally. And through our membership of the Smart Africa Alliance, we have indicated how useful these platforms have been in our digitization drive. And several member countries are interested in working with our local Ghanaian tech entrepreneurs to utilize these solutions elsewhere. The common platform is being replicated by the local contractors in other parts of Africa, which is also growing the recognition for our place, the tech ecosystem on the continent. I've also talked about what we've done in cyber security, but there's a lot more that we can do in various fields of endeavor, and I'm looking forward to working with all stakeholders to ensure that Ghana is seen as the go-to place for all things digital in the sub-region in the near future. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I know that under your tenure as Minister for Communication and in collaboration with GIFEC, a lot of community information centers were established and renovated across the country in order to deepen access to the internet. It is being suggested that the community information centers, instead of waiting for people to visit the centers and to use the facilities, they should be seen in the communities. They should be moving to the communities to educate and promote the usage of the internet so as to attract more people. Is it possible for these information centers to adopt this approach?
Absolutely, and I think we've already started having conversations around this area, that the community information centers should become the e-services centers in the various communities in which they exist. So even if there's no access to the internet in the general area, in that center, they would have access to the internet. And they need to move out to educate more people in the marketplaces, in the schools, on their farms, on how to use digital tools to make their life easier. So these are all some of the initiatives that GIFEC would be encouraged to roll out if I'm giving them up. Thank you very much.
Honorable Sanzani.
Thank you very much.
We agreed on two, right?
Hmm?
We agreed on two questions.
What?
You and we agreed on two questions.
You are who?
You and I.
Not
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable nominee is quoted to have said that if governance is about borrowing, her 18-year-old son would have run Ghana better than President Mahama. And this was when President Mahama's government had borrowed about 56 billion Ghana cedis from 2013 to 2016. Now, another government from 2017 to 2020 has borrowed close to 170 billion Ghana cedis. Do you still stand by your position and that you agree that your son would have done better than Nanado's government for borrowing close to 170 billion Ghana cedis?
Mr. Chairman, I have no recollection of making any such statement.
No, I'll read it. No. Ghana Web. Mr. Chairman, Ghana Web. My 18-year-old son can run Ghana if governance is all about borrowing. Ursula Owusu-Ekuful. And to read, Mr. Chairman, incumbent member of Parliament for the Ablekuma West constituency, Ursula Owusu-Ekuful, took a swat at former President Dramani Mahama when she stated in an interview that her 18-year-old son can run the country if all governance entailed was borrowing and increasing taxes. Unquote, Mr. Chairman. I said Ghana Web. Please, you are not the chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, can the nominee speak to my question?
Yes, it says she doesn't remember making that statement.
After reading it,
I remember there's a report I just monitored on Old Vanda's report. I showed it to the leader. And we, the two of us, are alleged to have made private arrangement for our staff to be tested. COVID. And that are negative. And our staff are negative. These are not true. She says she didn't say that. That's her answer.
She said he doesn't report. She didn't say that, he didn't say it. He didn't say that, he didn't say it. So, Mr. Chairman, now that I've remanded her, can she recall ever made that statement?
I have no recollection of making any such statement, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the Honorable nominee has about 4 or 5 agencies under her ministry. And the act that established those agencies, the Minister for Communications was supposed to report to Parliament, to submit their annual report to Parliament. Just want to find out from the Honorable Minister, how many reports of these agencies from 2017 to 2020 did you submit to Parliament? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any immediate recollection of it, but I do know that we submitted our annual report of the ministry to Parliament last year. And I'm not sure if it was ever tabled before the House went into, well, was dissolved. But I do know that we submitted it.
Mr. Chairman, who submitted? Is it you as a minister or the various agencies submitted them to Parliament?
I'll have to check. I don't have it. I don't remember. I'll have to check.
No. No, last one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from, no, the other one was full up. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Minister declared MTN as having significant market power, when that is clearly a regulatory function. I just want to find out from the minister, by doing that, were you not usurping the powers of NCA, who had direct supervision of MTN?
Mr. Chairman, the declaration of significant market power was made by the National Communications Authority, and the Gazette notification was also done in accordance with the law. The minister didn't do any such declaration, and the records are clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ayanda is ready.
All right. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam nominee, in your earlier answer to the Kelny GVG issue, you mentioned that by just terminating the SUBA contract and signing Kelny GVG on, you had saved Ghana 1.1 million a month. So we're assuming that multiplied by the duration of the Kelny GVG contract is what you have saved the Republic of Ghana. My question relates to the pricing of the services of the Kelny GVG company. They are to monitor international incoming traffic for the purposes of our share tax charges that we need to collect from those who make international calls, and I think local, calls and other transactions. Now, how is the fee for their service fixed? Is it a percentage of whatever they get us, or did you look at the cost of their technology plus some figure so that, how did you fix their fee? I'm saying this because I know that generally what has happened in the past is to say whatever you raise in terms of revenue, you get X percent of it. I want to find out if this is the kind of arrangement that you have with Kalmi GVG.
No, it was a fixed fee per month. It's a fixed fee per month as they're providing a platform as a service.
It's not a percentage of whatever amount that they are able to raise, just a fixed fee. So no matter what we raise, then they just get that fixed fee for their service. Okay, thank you. The second question that I have is in relation to the pronouncements that Honorable Ablakwa raised about you making some statements after our walkout. Did you apologize, or are you saying you're not apologizing? Do you want to apologize to the minority for that statement? Because some are saying you apologize, others are saying they didn't hear an apology. Which one? Are you apologizing? Are you admitting that what you said, you shouldn't have said it? What is it?
Mr. Chairman, I said, and I repeat, that no offense was meant by the statement that I made. If any offense has been taken, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Which one? Okay. No, Gisela.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on cell sites and the myth about radiation. Is there research to prove otherwise? And radiation relating to towers and also to 5G technology. And is there research to prove otherwise? And if so, what measures are you going to take for public health and safety?
The question is not clear. If you could please repeat it.
There are two issues. Thank you. One is about towers and the myth about radiation surrounding within the radius of towers. I hope you know the towers. Yes. And the second one is the same radiation due with 5G technology that is to be deployed? All right. And if so, what measures are you going to take towards public health and safety?
Mr. Chairman, the NCA regularly has a laboratory, and it monitors specific absorption rates and radiation emission from towers with their mobile equipment and all that. In fact, that laboratory they've set up is a training facility for the International Telecoms Union in the West African and East African sub-region. And so it's a world-class facility. As you indicated, it's a myth. Several studies have been conducted, and there appears to be no such health risks from towers. However, the NCA continuously monitors not just the towers, but even the devices that we use to ensure that the devices do emit radiation, and that it's within the acceptable limits. Cloned and counterfeit devices may tend to emit more harmful radiation than the ones from more reputable companies. And so they test the batches of equipment that come in all the time to ensure that we are protected. And so they will continue to conduct these monitoring exercises from the cell sites, from our devices, and work in consultation, collaboration with the industry to ensure that our health is not impacted negatively from these devices. 5G, there's a lot of myths surrounding 5G, most of which is untrue. And so I'll urge us to be cautious about it. We're nowhere near deploying 5G yet. If approved, we would have discussions with stakeholders to indicate the next steps. It is technology which scales up the speeds of downloads tremendously and facilitates human activity in all kinds of ways. But we would make haste slowly and make sure that whenever we do introduce that technology in here, it will be done in a safe manner to protect us, bearing in mind the benefits that we can get from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question. As you admitted that there is an amount of radiation from our handsets, there's a very big second-hand phones market, both in terms of repairs and sales. How is the NCA able to come down to the level of districts and even towns and communities where people are repairing handsets or where these sales are being made, and be sure that the level of radiation, as you indicated, is still within limits? Because, for example, a brand new car would emit certain amounts of exhaust and certain levels, acceptable levels of carbon monoxide and so on and so forth. A second-hand car would have a different set mix-up. How does NCA, and how will it ensure that this will be taken care of for public safety? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the NCA has offices around the country, and they're supposed to do market analysis, market surveys, and monitoring of what's happening in the market. So I'll encourage them, if they're not doing so, to look at the second-hand equipment market and see what is happening in that space and how we can better protect our people. My information is that the cheaper the device, the more likely it's not going to be very good for our use. But in my opinion, the easiest way to resolve the challenge of providing affordable devices which are of good quality to our people is to set up the assembly plants here where we can monitor the output better, and we'll work to make sure that that happens, and see how we can work with the industry to even another one district, one factory initiative. We can set up a few assembly plants here to deliver smart devices to our people, working in tandem with the industry, where we can be sure that it's affordable and it is safe. But the NCA would also look, if they're not already doing so, and I don't know, I haven't checked, so I'll find out, if they're not already working in the second-hand device market, to look into that to ensure that we're using safe devices. Thank you.
The last follow-up question is the issues of the cell sites, of the towers. Very often, some of them are mounted in very densely populated areas. So even if there is some amount of monitoring, I would implore you as the head of policy in that space, if you get the nod, such that they can be more proactive in making sure that the populace are protected from radiation, be it from towers, be it from phones, or wherever we find it. Thank you very much.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would want to make a few inquiries, sorry, in respect of GBC channels closure. And I'm making these inquiries vis-a-vis Article 162 that guarantees
express freedom. Recently, it has been your desire as a minister, a former minister, to close down some 3 channels of the state broadcaster. And you had stated, among other things, that there was a need to create a redundancy on the DDT platform. Is it the case that the national broadcaster is not performing well? Why is there the need to shut down 3 of its channels? Would that action not be further deepening the woes of freedom of expression in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has not been my desire just to shut down channels of the national broadcaster, but there's a reason which necessitated that suggestion from them. And it was not just the national broadcaster that was going to be the intended victim, for want of a better word, of that exercise. The DTT platform is being operated at great cost to the state. And the state has been bearing the full cost of even carriage of the content from the generation point to the head-end transmission since 2016. For the sustainability of that platform, that process cannot continue. And all those who are hosted on the platform know that at some stage they're going to have to pay for the carriage of their content to the viewers across the country. And for those carried on the platform, they have eyeballs. I mean, they can reach about 90% of the population currently. Not many of them individually can put in place the capital expenditure and the infrastructure to be able to reach 90% of the population. But a national platform does so. We're taking steps to reduce the operations and maintenance cost, which is largely due to satellite, uplink, downlink, connectivity, electricity, and all of that. And so this year, God willing, we've conducted a pilot project. All the 42 DTT sites and the head end will go solar, they'll go green to reduce the cost of electricity usage, and by then reduce the cost of the service that they provide as well. In view of the COVID situation, it was imperative for us to look at measures to also maximize the use of the existing platform. And that led to the suggestion that those who have more than one channel on the platform, and that's 2, GBC and Crystal TV, should consider ceding some of the channels that they have to make it possible for us to also maximize the revenues that we get from it. A case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Give it to other operators for a fee, full fee, so that we can use that to subsidize the maintenance of the platform. Due to the controversy that it generated and the misunderstanding that it generated, it had nothing to do with curtailing freedom of expression, because they would still have other avenues of operating on that platform.
I think I actually was referring to freedom and independence of the media than the press.
Not expression, okay. Had absolutely nothing to do with freedom or independence of the media, because they're still operating on the platform anyway. It has everything to do with the sustainability and effective management of the platform. The issue is still a live issue. If I am giving the nod, we would need to have extensive stakeholder consultations and put before them the full cost of managing the platform and look at alternatives to raising the necessary resources to keep the platform going. And so, if given the nod, that is what we would do to move to the next phase.
Chairman, is the minister assuring GBC that whatever action she took, assuming without saying that they are unhappy about it and they strongly feel that that is affecting their operation and efficiency and even their ability to increase their revenue, will you restore it to allow them play their role as a public broadcaster? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, GBC is one of the key stakeholders that we've consulted during the DTT process and will continue to remain so. Their facilities have been granted for the establishment of the 42 DTT sites around the country. They will be carried on that platform without paying any fees, in recognition of the investment that they've also made in the establishment of the platform by giving the space in their properties around the country for the use of these platforms. All the actions that have been taken so far and will be taken in the future are geared towards helping GBC to also reach the, as a public broadcaster, perform its obligations to the best of its ability. It's competing in a very competitive industry. There's a lot that needs to be done, and I've worked closely with, will continue to work closely with the sector minister to see how we can work together to improve upon the efficiency and effectiveness and reach and the content of GBC. And not only that, we're looking at ways of maximizing this DTT infrastructure to generate additional revenue. The policy provides for a digital access fund, which would be utilized by not just GBC, but other broadcasters, the content and film production industry. We're looking at how we can set up broadcasting studios around the country to facilitate the production of content. The policy looks at 70% of primetime content being local content. We won't put in this state-of-the-art infrastructure just to consume imported content. And I believe we have the capability of generating world-class content within ourselves here locally and even exporting that as well. We can have a dedicated video-on-demand channel to showcase local Ghanaian movies. And I'm sure Honorable Owusu-Ekuful understands where I'm coming from, because she was in charge of the Ministry of Tourism at some point. I believe that, and they're part of the consultative, the stakeholders that we consult, we can generate and produce content here and market it on that platform and reach the 90% that have access to that platform and have a vibrant movie industry in this country that we can all showcase on the platform. And so the 70% of primetime content that has to be local content needs to be generated and funded somehow. And so we're still in conversations with the film producers and the other industry players and content producers to see how we can all work together to leverage and maximize the use of this platform. And it's a valuable resource that we have, and we need to manage it in a sustainable manner so that it will continue to benefit the totality of the populace. And that is the assurance that I'm giving this House, that working with the industry, we would do what needs to be done to ensure that, one, we can generate the resources that we need to operate and manage this platform in a world-class manner, and even expand upon its operations so that many more providers can also utilize it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're not listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, maybe quickly 3 things to note before my question. There's no charge, Mr. Chairman, by telcos when one recharges airtime using mobile. There's no charge when you recharge airtime using mobile. I do that all the time, and I know for a fact that there's no charge. The minister suggested there was a charge in one of the answers. Yes, he said that there was a charge. Then she spoke of 51 radio stations and 56 radio stations being shut down. It will be useful because it is this sitting that we get to know the exact number of radio stations, because in one breath she spoke of 56 stations, and then when she was reading the document she spoke.
Is that intended as a question?
No, I'm just saying things to note.
Just go on with your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have been listening to the minister respond to a number of issues relating to broadcasting in this country. And I looked at the Constitution, Article 167C especially. The functions, one of the functions of the National Media Commission is to insulate the state-owned media from governmental control. Now, our media terrain has transformed a lot from the since after the 1992 Constitution was passed. The media transformation has been phenomenal. We spoke about 600 radio stations, many television networks across the country today, and all of that. Now we have the digital terrestrial, television broadcasting policy. I've gone through that. There have been issues as to why, for example, in forming the CDTC Limited, NMC is not part of that board, because this also, represents the other transformation that we see in the media landscape. Mr. Chairman, in all of this, I'm asking why we don't seem to have a dedicated legal framework regulating media broadcasting in this country. And I would like to know from the nominee what she has done in her previous role as Minister of Communications to advance, for example, the broadcasting bill to become law, meant to perhaps streamline some of these gray areas that we have in the operation of media in Ghana.
Mr. Chairman, the mandate for shepherding the broadcasting bill to life is not mine. That's the duty of the Minister for Information, who is in charge of the content and the media houses operating in there. My mandate is the infrastructure on which those services would ride, and it's separate and distinct from the regulation of the broadcasting industry in Ghana. That's the remit of the Minister for Information. However, because the work we do impacts so heavily on the work of the Ministry of Information, we work extremely closely together. I've done so in the past and share ideas, because the actions taken in one sector may impact on the other sector. So the collaboration needs to be in place, and it is. And so I have indicated to the Media Commission, I've indicated to the Minister for Information that whatever we can do to facilitate that process, we will do. And if given the nod, we'll continue to work with them, because it is important that that legal framework be put in place. I remember that the content regulations were passed. I was a member of the subsidiary legislation committee then, and it were passed by this House, but shut down by the Supreme Court.
Honorable, it's not your mandate. You collaborate with them. Let's move.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, yes, wish to refresh the nominee's memory that on 9 January 2015, she said on news file, 9 January 2015, she said on news file that she said what was attributed to her by my colleague, Honorable Samson Ahi, which she says she cannot remember. She still stands by that she can't remember? You still can't remember?
I have no recollection of making any such assertions.
Mr. Chairman, Kelny GVD. I have a memo here that was written by, and maybe before the memo, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make reference to an assessment by civil society organizations entitled Ghana's Monitoring Assessment Report of Open Contracting Comments, a look at the status of implementation of Ghana's commitment in the third national plan of the OGP. Now, in this document, they write in the background, quote, corruption in Ghana mainly involves misappropriation of public funds for private gains to the detriment of citizens' welfare. The relevant portion says, a recent example is the Kelny GVG corruption scandal involving a contentious award of $89 million contract by the Minister of Communications to Kelny GVD, a private company. Rules and responsibilities as agreed in the contract are already activities being carried out by an indigenous company called the AfriWaves, and it goes on. When a group of CSOs requested for details of the contract from the Ministry of Communications, the response was negative. Mr. Chairman, I have looked at the memo also by Imani that was written to educate or to inform colleagues on the civil society platform. And in it, they come to the conclusion that tender guidelines were either relaxed or set aside. For example, the requirement for a successful tenderer to have 3 years minimum track record was relaxed. And a successful tenderer, that is when you are doing restricted tendering, to show evidence that they have 10% of the contract price in the form of liquid assets or credit facilities were ignored. In the selection of the 4 companies that pre-qualified, the evidence does not support that they had this qualification to be part of that restricted tendering process. What is the nominee's comment, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, a lot of assertions of corruption have been made about this, and so far I haven't received any, apart from the bare assertion, any information about what is supposed to have been wrong with the procurement of this contract. As I indicated in my earlier answer, the National Communications Authority conducted a site assessment of countries that had similar infrastructure in place, produced a short list of companies that were working in this area because it is a specialized area, and went to the Public Procurement Authority for the right to do restrictive tendering and was granted it. Their processes, I think they use the World Bank standard documents and procedure to conduct that tender exercise. And they presented, they did the evaluation, did all the tenders, whatever it is. I think one key requirement was that any of the international companies should have, of necessity, should have a local partner for technology and knowledge transfer. So it isn't just us procuring the services and then they would leave at the end of the period and lock us into expensive operations and maintenance contracts over time. So that was one key requirement in that exercise. Everything that needed to be done was done in accordance with the law by the National Communications Authority. And they presented the report to me. They got approval of the Central Tender Review Board, which I believe is mandated to oversee this whole process. We rely on them to guide us, and if there's anything wrong, they would bring it to the attention of the tenderer. And
Mr. Chairman, so is the nominee defending the fact that 3D TV Properties Limited, Eon Logistics, and Atlantic Access Limited all pre-qualified to have been part of this restricted tendering process?
You have to ask the NCA that. The NCA would be the right person to be asked this question. I wasn't part of this tendering process. And that's what I'm telling you, that they went through the process in shortlisting these companies, which were reputable companies engaged in this field, and came up with the shortlist, with which they got approval from the Public Procurement Authority to engage in this procurement exercise. Went through the standard World Bank procurement processes, did whatever they had to do, came up with their evaluation and tender. Their tender committee and the NCA evaluated it. The board went through it. It finally ended up on my table. All I did was to forward it to the Central Tender Review Board, which also gave its approval.
We have the GPS address system. How much did Ghana pay Google, and how much do we pay annually? Did we pay Google? And if that is if we did, and if we are indebted, if we pay them annually?
I'm not aware that Ghana paid Google anything for the GPS address system. I'm not aware of it.
Mr. Chairman, my final one has to do with the digital terrestrial television broadcasting policy. I've gone through it, a number of milestones to be addressed, and I noticed that the minister has set up the company as a CDTC Limited. I would like to know under which law, first of all, that company was set up. Which company is secretary, or which company is secretary to this? I mean, what is the company's secretary? The CDTC's secretary. My information is that it is Akufo-Addo, Prempeh and Co. that serves as secretary to the CDTC Limited. And the auditors are Baker Tilly, and I would like to know if it has any relationship with anybody that has been related officially to the ministry before. Thank you.
I'm not aware of this information. It's a wholly owned company. Shares are owned by the government of Ghana to manage this infrastructure. I'm not aware that Akufo-Addo, Prempeh and Co. is the secretary of it, or Baker Tilly. I'm not aware of that. And I don't know anybody who, I don't know Baker Tilly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As the Chief Whip of the majority, is there asking any questions?
There's an earlier question or comment that he made that I need to clarify for the record. I said that 51 commercial FM stations had been shut down. Commercial FM stations had been shut down. 5 community FM stations had also been shut down. Together, there are 56 FM stations that were shut down.
Thank you, Chair. Just have a couple. My first question, Honorable Nominee, is for the past 4 years, what has your outfit done about national roaming services and efforts to reduce cost of communication in the ECOWAS region?
find it.
Yes, we didn't.
I need to find some document, Mr. Chairman. Just a second. Thank you. I can't find it, but I'll answer. ECOWAS ministers of ICT agreed, I believe in 2016, that we should mandate roaming amongst the ECOWAS region by 2019. And certain countries had laws on their statute books which made it difficult for us to have a common roaming tariff in the region, which would enable people to roam as if they were at home without incurring additional charges. Now, in December 2019, at a meeting, we reiterated that, and Ghana was one of those who needed to amend their laws to be in line with the recommendation that had been put in place. And so we brought the amendment to the law to this House, and that was passed sometime early in 2020, I believe before March 2020, to facilitate that. Subsequent to that, and that's the report I was looking for, which I can't find in the midst of all this, the regulators were mandated to also meet and put in place the mechanisms for that to be done. They got challenges with the operators because the operators also needed to align their tariffs to enable this process to continue. They're working with the ECOWAS Commission and the regulator to ensure that we give effect to this decision by the ICT ministers, which has been endorsed by our heads of state, that within the ECOWAS region, you should be able to move with your phone and roam on the next available network without incurring any additional charges than you would have done if you were still in your home region. There's a requirement that that facility can be used for up to 3 months, I believe, 90 days. And beyond that, if you move back, then you revert to the previous position. So the regulators are working with the operators in the region to give effect to the decision of the ministries and the ministers and the heads of state, so we can have ECOWAS free roaming. On our part in Ghana, we've done what we're required to do to be aligned with this exercise. What's left is for bilateral arrangements to be entered into between the various operators and for the regulators to also provide the regime for it. So I'm hopeful that we can report to the nation, hopefully by the end of this year, that this process has completed successfully. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, you spoke to the rural telephony project of government. And with all respect, I'd like you to give me some simple answers to these questions. In your estimation, the distribution of the project, was it fairly done?
I believe so. The GIFIC went around and did an audit of the sites where they didn't have connectivity or access to mobile telephony. And that's an assessment that they do regularly. Members of Parliament, chiefs, individuals have also written that they need connectivity in their various communities. And so when they receive all those requests, the personnel go out on the field to actually conduct an assessment to see whether indeed that problem exists and what kind of technology can be used to resolve that issue. So it's not somebody sitting in a room who decided where those sites should go. And I believe when the list came to Parliament, most members of Parliament looked through it and saw that their most problematic areas had been covered under that, yes. It was fairly done.
Thank you. Kenny GVG, most of my colleagues have spoken to it and generated a lot of controversy. Hindsight benefit, would you have, I mean, if you are presented the same opportunity, is that something you would have done differently?
Thank you. If I had to do it all over again, I would. And I started talking about the benefits that were derived from it. I didn't even go through half of it before we had to move on. In addition to the monthly savings that this platform provides, the fraud management component has from inception to date made tax savings of 565.7 million. Over the life of the contract, the common platform is expected to deliver tax savings of approximately 800 million. They have a mechanism by which they inject 150,000 international calls into Ghana every month to detect where fraudulent SIMs are, and they are blocked automatically. So by preventing the use of these fraudulent SIMs automatically, they earn us revenue. And I believe about 4 or 5 SIM box operations have been shut down. There are several people who are on the run, and there's one who is currently facing trial. 6 successful raids have been done from inception, inclusive of one outside Accra. Mobile money, I've told us how much the common platform, the visibility that it gives us. And they indicated too that under declarations of about 300 million in taxes were detected as loss from potential under declarations between 2015 to the first quarter of 2017 through an analysis of the declarations made and the evidence from the platform on this and the CDRs. An estimated 470 million in taxes was also saved between the first quarter of 2017 to date as a result of the announcement of the implementation of the common platform. And there would have been a potential loss of about 1.5 billion through to the end of the contract if the common platform had not been implemented. My information is that as a follow-up to the information that the common platform has provided to the Ghana Revenue Authority, they have engaged another independent auditor called Safari Tech, who has confirmed the findings from the common platform. And this wouldn't have been possible if the common platform was not in place. The technical transfer is already ongoing with periodic trainings of the Ghana Revenue Authority and National Communications Authority staff in country and abroad. And as I also indicated, we can leverage on this infrastructure to provide even more services to government at no cost, which would not have been the case if the platform was not in place. And that provides even further savings going forward. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, you've spoken to fraud on social media and impersonation. Clearly, the capacity of the Ghana Police Service comes in way in tracking and dealing with such behaviors. Have you thought about any specific actions when given the nod to be undertaken to deal with this social challenge?
Several actions have already been taken and will be taken. And the capacity of the law enforcement agencies are also being enhanced in this sector as well, and they are part of the joint cybersecurity task force or technical working group that has been set up under the law, and they're working closely together. There's actually a police officer who's been seconded to the cybersecurity center currently, who's working with them on it. And so, together with the traditional law enforcement agencies, who will be given even more capabilities under this law, we're hopeful that we'll get a handle on the security incidents in our cyberspace. Thank you.
This will be my last. Corporate social responsibility, CSR. Honorable nominee, there are a number of telecom companies, reputable ones, huge ones, who are, by my assessment and estimation, are doing well. In the absence of a specific law in our country regulating CSR, over the years, what is your assessment of how these companies have performed in executing corporate social responsibilities? And is that something you think we should do differently going forward?
They've done well, but they can do better. I believe this year marks the 25th anniversary of MTN in Ghana, and they've indicated that they're going to do a lot of key projects, corporate social responsibility projects to mark that. I know that Vodafone also has its foundation, as the MTN Foundation does, and they do a lot of projects. I'm looking forward to working closely with them to roll out projects within the ICT space which would enhance usage, capacity building, public-private sector, our young people, and equip them with employable skills in the future. So even though I commend them for the work they've done in even encouraging the growth of local applications industry in this country, they can do more, and we'll work with them to get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be grateful if the nominee will give short answers so I can move quick. And also, I want to draw your attention that I'll go to the NCA website just to show the what you call the FM authorization, the data along the line. Mr. Chairman, the nominee, in answers to earlier questions, said Honorable Ursula did not close down radio stations. Did I hear you say that?
Yes, you did. I haven't closed down any radio station.
She also said when she took office, she instructed NCA to enforce the law. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
So she also said the audit was done in 2017. The audit of the radio stations that had infringed one law or the other, where the audit was done in 2017. That's what she said. I don't know whether.
Yes.
So I want to find out from the Minister-Designate, how has she been oversighting NCA? How you've been, you are the supervising ministry, so how have you been oversighting them?
We solicit regular reporting from them, and they know it. We visit them and engage them on topical issues. We have discussions with them. They are the technical lead, so they bring suggestions and recommendations about possible policy interventions that can come in place, that can be taken on board. We discuss them. And so there's very regular interaction between the ministry and the NCA, and regular reportage from them on the work that they do.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to believe that almost everything that they are doing, you are in the know. Almost everything that they are doing, you are in the know.
Don't get involved with the day-to-day operations.
No, but with
NCA,
their briefing
but
and everything they give you.
Reports.
you are abreast with the things that they are doing. Based on the answer you gave, that they give you briefing, you hold regular meetings, and ask all the necessary things that you need to do, right?
The question was almost everything that they are doing, I am in the no. The answer is no.
So you don't deal with the day-to-day?
Yes.
Okay. But so is the agencies, other agencies under your ministry?
I have about 10 agencies under the ministry and have regular interactions with all of them as well.
Are you aware that none of the agencies under you have submitted its annual report to this House from 2017 to date?
Thanks for the timely reminder. We will ensure that they do so.
No, it's just not a reminder, because if you are following the activities very closely and such an important function that they need to perform through you to Parliament, and none of them 4 annual reports. Let's even take 2020, because we are just in February, where the law says 6 months after the year. And from the 3 reports, none has submitted, and you are the supervising minister, and you didn't find anything wrong with that.
Not a question of not finding anything wrong with it. I'll say that it's been an unfortunate oversight.
Do you have a checklist in the ministry to be checking the things that they need to comply with by law, especially that has to do with Parliament?
Could you please repeat the question?
I'm saying that do you have a checklist of activities that the agencies under you need to perform, especially with regards to Parliament?
Checklist? No, I don't.
You don't? Honorable Nominee, you were a member of the Communication Committee before you became the Minister for Communications. Am I right?
Yes.
How long did you serve on that committee?
Pardon?
How long have you served on that committee, on Communication, Committee of Parliament on Communication?
I think I was on the committee from 2013 to January 2017.
So you've been on that committee for 8 years?
4 years.
8 years, right?
4 years.
Or 4 years. Mr. Chairman, the minister said they needed the NCA. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker, in May 2019, NCA took steps to close down radio stations whom, in their view, had not renewed their license authorization. Is that right?
Between 2017, the enforcement action started in 2017.
The closures, I'm talking about the closures.
The enforcement action started in 2017.
But the closures were in 2019.
Not that I'm aware. I'm saying the exercise started in 2017. That's the report that I have.
Was there any radio station or stations closed prior to 2019?
Periodically, even outside this exercise, those stations that require to be closed down by the NCA, I believe, are closed down. So it's possible that some were closed down in 2019. I wouldn't know.
When the closure came, did you hear the public outcry about this radio station has been closed down and all the noise? You heard it?
I came to this house to report on it. Yes, I heard it.
And did you try to get NCA to tell you how they went about it?
I get regular reports from the NCA on this matter, since it's a matter of great public concern.
Did you find out from NCA whether they were taking the yearly regulatory fee from these radio stations without reminding them to get the authorization renewed?
The question again, please.
NCA was taking regulatory fee, yearly regulatory fees from these radio stations?
I don't know.
But you are the minister. You bring their fees and charges
I don't get
for
involved
approval.
in the day-to-day activities of the agencies under my ministry. That's not my mandate. I supervise them on the policy. The board is responsible for their operations and management, the day-to-day operations and management, not the minister.
Okay, so you couldn't have known or asked them whether they've been taking the yearly fees from the radio stations? I didn't hear the answer. I didn't hear your answer.
What was the question?
That you didn't bother to find out from them whether they were taking the yearly fees from these radio stations.
I would assume that they will do their work according to law. And until there's an issue raised, there would have been no need for me to make any such inquiries.
Have you found out whether there have been any reminders to the radio stations about their the renewal of their authorization by NCA?
The report that they submitted tells me that there's now improved regulatory compliance. They now have more visibility on who is due for what because of the exercise that they undertook. So it has improved their own regulatory oversight of the sector, and more people are complying. So I would assume that going forward, after this exercise, they have instituted measures to ensure that reminders are sent out in a timely manner and follow-ups are also done because they have offices around the country.
So you're assuming that before now they were not doing that?
I don't know. I can only talk about what's happening.
I will find out from them whether they had done that in the past. Because
I
you
will
said
find out.
some were had not renewed their authorization for 16 years. And I thought that as the supervising minister, you find out from them whether they have been reminding them and they've been ignoring.
If the situation has persisted for 16 years, then clearly somebody went to sleep on the job. And so the fault would be both between the defaulting stations and the regulator. And that's why I have told them that they should enforce their laws and regulations in accordance with the law and not go to sleep on the job. I don't know, whatever happened in the past has happened. Okay. Let us guard against any similar occurrence going forward. And so it has been my interest that they institute the proper policies and programs to ensure that they will do their work timeously, efficiently, effectively, and in accordance with the law.
I agree with you. Some people might have gone to sleep. You were the ranking on communication.
No, I was not.
But you were a very active member of the communication committee.
Member of the communications committee.
You were a member of the communication committee. You were supposed to play oversight on both the ministry and NCA when you were in parliament here. Did you ever find it necessary to raise this issue with the ministry and the NCA then about the renewal of authorizations?
I don't recall this matter ever coming up when I was on the committee.
You never recall this matter came up in the committee?
Nope.
But you could remember the moment you got to the ministry that there was this anomaly that needed to be enforced.
I read the notes that were before me and perused the legislation before me and directed all the agencies under me, all the regulators under me, to enforce their legislation and their regulations.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee was playing oversight on NCA. She has told us that she has gotten a lot of briefing and she takes a lot of report from them. Did you hear the concern about unfair treatment with regards to the implementation of the directives that you gave?
I got a lot of appeals from affected stations and sought the response of the regulator to those appeals, and they responded, and that led to some of the measures that were taken to reduce the impact on the affected stations, like the reductions in the fines, reductions in the length of the fines. I believe one of the interventions that the board took before the tribunal ruled was to limit all the fines to 12 months. So even those who had infringed upon the law for 16 years, they were only subjected to 12 months of fines. So various interactions took place to address the concerns that were brought to my notice and the board's notice.
Did you take steps to ensure fairness in the implementation of the closure? As a minister, having heard a lot of complaints from people in the general public, on social media.
Once the Electronic Communications Tribunal gave its decision, the NCA was obliged to enforce those directives. And that is what led to the closure of the station.
Mr. Chairman, I want to take her to a website. And to be precise, 2018, the 2018 report on the website of NCA. And Mr. Chairman, you will notice that on the website, a number of things are required. One, you state the name of and address of the company. You also state the date of first authorization, and then the date of last renewal authorization. Then it will indicate the frequency, whether the status, whether it's on air or off air, and then the location and the type of station. So, Mr. Speaker, that's what is on the website there. Mr. Speaker, I want to take us to page 19 of this on the website. So, on page 19, that's the item 24. You have J Live FM, and the first date of authorization is 9th January 2009, and the last date of renewal authorization was 7th March 2017. Minister, I want to believe that the last authorization date is showing the last time they renewed their authorization license. Is that right?
I wouldn't know.
No, Minister, you supervise the ministry. You are a member of the communication committee, and you know NCA as a website. So you can't say you don't know.
Mr.
Well, you are the
Chairman,
minister, you are the supervising minister.
Mr. Chairman, the minister advises on policy. The minister does not deal with the day-to-day administration or operations
Mr. Chairman, the minister
of the
said
entity.
when there were complaints, she was heard severally explaining that it is not true that people were targeted based on some other reasons. And I want us to go to her website, the website of the agency and the head, to prove to her beyond reasonable doubt that this happened. And she's just saying that, oh, I don't know. But I think it's very clear that all of us can see, so that we can go through, so that all of us can see.
Honorable Leader, your question is that the left side shows that some people were not paying since 2018, is that right?
The closure started in 2019. And I was showing her before 2018, the columns and what it meant, and who was, for lack of better, in good standing, and who was not in good standing. And then I'll take her and show her example, Mr. Chairman, with your permission.
So why don't you go to the point? What
Okay.
what you say it is.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will just show this page 19. It shows that J-Life FM had its renewal authorization. The last one was on 7th March 2017, meaning that the next one will be in 2022. Mr. Chairman, the next one that I want to show is on page 39 of this same page, 39. Mr. Chairman, I'll just show you the second number 2 is Radio Gold. Radio Gold, that's Network Broadcasting Limited. Radio Gold, date of first authorization, Mr. Chairman, is 7th September 1995. And the date of last renewal authorization is blank, showing that as of 2018, there's no any indication the last time they renewed their authorization license. Mr. Chairman, the next one that I'll take you is page 44. On page 44, you will see item 36, Radio XYZ. The date of first authorization is 9th May 2011. And the date of last renewal authorization is blank, meaning as at the 2018, they had not renewed their license. But the interesting one that I want to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, is on page 43. On page 43, you have 25. The first one you have there is Oman FM. And Oman FM, date of first authorization is 6 December 2006. And the date of last renewal authorization is blank, meaning that as of 2018, they had also not renewed their renewal authorization license. And yet, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman,
the blank and the follow-up is your interpretation of the data, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that is the way it is. That was what I was asking her, and she said she didn't know. That is what it is. Unless if she says that that is not what it is, then we can interrogate that. If she says that is not what it is, then we can interrogate that, but that is what it is.
Yes, so what's your question, please?
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee, why were these radio stations, at least those two examples that I gave, XYZ and Radio Gold, shut down, while Oman FM, with the same problem, in fact, in this case, it has defaulted twice for the renewal, was shut down, and XYZ that had defaulted only once was shut down, but Oman FM was left on air. Can the minister assist us with this answer?
Mr. Chairman, there's nothing like defaulting once or twice. The Electronic Communications Tribunal said clearly that if you do not apply for the renewal of your authorization at least 3 months before it expires, you do not have a valid authorization. The fact that the NCA in the past may have turned a blind eye to those infractions doesn't mean they were not in default. I have no knowledge about what he's saying, and my information is from the reports that are before me and the decisions of the courts, and they say so clearly. So if 5 years after you were given your initial FM authorization, you do not apply for renewal 3 months before that 5 years expires, you are operating illegally.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the avoidance of that. Has Oman FM complied with the renewal of authorization since its inception in 2006?
The information that I have does not drill down into that much detail. What I have are the number of stations that are compliant and those that are non-compliant. As far as I know, all those that were non-compliant were sanctioned. The sanction, the court, the fines that were imposed on them, the tribunal indicated were imposed wrongfully, they withdrew those sanctions. Those that were operating without valid authorizations per the decision of the tribunal were closed down. The tribunal directed that they submit fresh applications. Some have done so, they've been processed. Others which haven't been processed will be processed by the end of this quarter. That's the information that I have. I swore to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I can only give information that I have.
Mr. Chairman, when the Media Foundation for West Africa wrote to you as minister to complain, do you take the pain to check the list of those that have complied and those that have not complied against the allegation or the concern that the Media Foundation for West Africa was raising to you as a minister?
Media Foundation for West Africa, is that the name? Based its report on wrongful analysis of whatever information that they had. They were wrong, they drew their own conclusions to it, and they said whatever they wanted to say. I referred whatever communication I receive from any entity to the regulator to respond to, and I believe the regulator did so.
You mean that it is NCA that wrote to you telling you that Media Foundation for West Africa had based the analysis on wrong information, or your office did that?
If the court says that any entity without valid authorization ought to be sanctioned in accordance with the law, and the Media Foundation for West Africa claims that that is an infringement on the right of free expression, they have a problem with the decision of the court, not with the action of the regulator or the directives of the minister. And they also need to get their facts aligned with the situation on the ground. Every action that the NCA took was in accordance with the decision of the tribunal and their regulations. So that can, by no stretch of the imagination, be claimed as infringing upon the rights of any entity in this country. If that's the conclusion they arrived at, they were wrong.
Were your attention drawn to the fact that NCA was hiding information on their website? Was your attention drawn to the fact that NCA was hiding information on their website?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I want to take you to the same website page, but their 2020 second quarter, which is the only report that they have. So it will interest you to know that when Media Foundation for West Africa wrote this letter to the minister, they went back to their website and changed the format that they've been using. And the Speaker, with your permission, you just look out on the screen. NCA went and changed the format from the one that shows the first authorization date and the last renewal authorization, and put up this to hide from the public the opportunity to see which radio stations had complied and which ones hadn't complied.
Mr. Chairman, if the NCA does anything wrong, under their law, is there no remedy? Under the law of NCA,
Mr. Chairman, she is the supervising minister to the ministry. She is the supervising minister to the ministry. So and the letters were written to her.
That NCA has hidden
yes.
data.
Yes, the Media Foundation wrote to her
And that's why I'm bringing it up.
Is that the question you put to her?
Interesting, Mr. Speaker, before then, the West Media Foundation for West Africa had downloaded the same 2020 report. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll show that before they pulled out that one and brought the one without the details. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, yeah, the import of the question is that when they wrote to you, where you have asked the NCA to respond to their comments, NCA changed their website to hide the information about when each and every radio station has started and when it has renewed its authorization, because that was the crux of their letter, that there were unfair treatment about the closures. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll just show the minister that on page 43, you will see that Oman FM has still not.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see what's being rolled out on the screen. He's referring to pages. I have no copy of the document before me. I have really no idea what the question is about. If he could clarify it for me to put it in a form in which I can respond, then I could help. I cannot read what is on the screen.
All right, Minister. It's now on the bigger screen.
Chairman, Honorable Minister, what the Chief Whip is saying is that an agency under you, the NCA, changed its data in order to hide information that Oman FM was also in default. Is that not right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, are you aware of any such on behalf of your agency under you?
Chairman, I'm unaware of it. If confirmed, I will take steps to find out what the honorable member is doing.
Mr. Chairman, also Kesbin FM also is not in compliance, but it's on air. Kesbin FM is not also in compliance, and Kesbin FM had not also renewed its authorization license, and it's also on air whilst others have been closed down. Are you aware of that, Mr. Minister? Designate.
Mr. Chairman, the report I have before me indicates that those who were not compliant have been sanctioned, and those who reapplied for fresh authorizations some of them have been approved, others are yet to be dealt with. I don't have details of individual stations and their level of compliance or non-compliance. I don't drill down to that much detail, no.
Honorable Minister, will you furnish this committee with report on what the questions that are raised with one, Oman FM, Kesbin FM, that they were not in compliance and they were left on air? Will you investigate this and report to us?
She just says so, that if we approve her, get this allegation.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to be sure she will get us these details as a committee, because I'm saying this by fact is on their own website.
As I indicated, the NCA provides me with reports. I can furnish the committee with copies of those reports. I don't have any reports on specific stations and their level of compliance or not. When I do, I will provide that information.
Chairman, with your indulgence, are you giving this committee an assurance that your attention having been drawn to these matters raised by the Honorable Muntaka, you will thoroughly investigate them and work with the Media Foundation to give meaning? It's not state, but you want to enhance freedom of speech, you want to enhance independence of the media. Can we have your word on that?
I can give the committee the assurance that if given the nod, I will investigate all these matters and present a report to the appropriate committee of the House.
Mr. Chairman, moving to another area, NCA, prior to the election, gave warning and threat of closure if any radio station was involved or caught involved in political party activities 24 hours before the election. I wanted to find out from the minister what law gave the NCA the power to instruct radio stations to the extent that their participation in political activities within 24 hours could lead to the closure of the radio stations.
I'm not aware of any such action taken by the NCA, but if they did that, I believe it would be generally the injunction on ending political campaigning 24 hours an election. Probably it would be within that framework, but I'm not aware of any such directives issued by the NCA.
Minister, I'm worried about, I'm not aware, because you are supervising minister, and I believe that statements that they issue and things that they instruct the public to do should be things of serious concern to you as the minister supervising them.
In their day-to-day operations, they issue hundreds of communications and correspondence to all the entities that they are engaged in. If I were to be copied on all of that correspondence, I would be inundated. It is not practicable to expect the regulator to drill down to such detail with the minister. It is not practicable. And so, unfortunately, I am not aware of the day-to-day operations of the agencies under me. That's not my mandate.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the minister whether she's aware that when NCA shut down Tongo Radio in Volta region, the excuse they gave was that they were in breach of national security and public interest.
I was notified of that by national security, so I'm aware of that.
How do NCA determine national interest and public, national security and public interest?
I believe that's within their mandate in the application of their own legislation and regulations. And they were working with national security on that particular matter.
Minister, in the regulation, did you have clear-cut what constitutes national security and public interest?
Are you looking for something?
Which was? Pardon me, I didn't get it.
I was asking whether in your regulation there was any definition of what constitutes national security and public interest that could guide NCA as to how, because you could just come at me and say national security and public interest, so shut down.
I believe working with the security agencies and based on peculiar facts of each situation, they would be able to determine that.
Chairman, I will just ask some few questions on Kelly GBG. I just wanted to find out from the minister, at the time of awarding the contract, what was our problem that required that we should engage Kelly GBG?
What was what?
What was our problem that we wanted Kelly GBG to solve?
The law mandated the connection to the physical nodes of the various network operators, which had not been done. The law mandated that a common platform be set up to monitor revenue assurance. That had not been done. And so those were the issues that we sought to resolved at the time.
Minister, what was SUBA and the others doing if you say there was no any common platform?
SUBA was conducting revenue assurance for the Ghana Revenue Authority. AfriWave was monitoring incoming revenue, incoming traffic, revenue from incoming international traffic for the NCA. There were two different systems set up to monitor two different things for the NCA and the GRA. There wasn't one common platform doing that work.
Minister, couldn't we have gotten the gadgets to assist NCA to do this?
I indicated that a stakeholders forum was held and the decision was taken that the NCA should take over the provision of this service, working with the GRA. And we gave effect to the conclusion reached by the stakeholders at that forum in March 2017.
I just wanted to find out from the Minister nominee, both she and the then Deputy Minister Ando had served in the telcos to a very top hierarchy of their companies, right?
I don't know about the very top, but I served.
At the point that decision making, you were part of decision making?
Absolutely.
Was that what you were doing? Were you evading full disclosures and revenue cuts in those companies?
Were we what?
Were you in those companies that you were serving involved in what do you call it, revenue diversion and under declaration?
Revenue diversion and under declaration? Not that I'm aware of.
At the telcos that you were serving as private employees of those companies before you became members of parliament, I was asking, in those companies, were there evidence of under declaration and revenue, what do you call it, under declaration of revenue and the data that in terms of calls and the activities that were happening in your company?
And my answer is not that I was aware of.
Come again?
Not that I was aware of.
Not that you...
I was aware of.
So on what basis were you assuming that the telcos that you left behind were doing that?
There is nobody has said anywhere that that was being done. The platform was set up to give effect to the law. Maybe it is the law that presupposed that, but the common platform was set up to give effect to the law. And the evidence from the common platform has vindicated its establishment. It wasn't set up on suspicion, but it was set up to guarantee that government was receiving accurate revenues from the sector. And there was a reason for the law being passed.
Honorable Minister nominee, in your answer to an earlier question, you just told this committee that between 2015 to the first quarter of 2017, we were losing over 300 million. Did you say that?
That's the report that I have.
And you just said that it was not set up to deal with under declaration, but to comply with the law.
If the evidence from its establishment produced those results, then that's what it is.
You also said
you are asking about the rationale or the suspicion that may have necessitated its establishment, and if that happened in the companies that we were working in. I said I'm not aware of that. And I answered further to say that the reason why this was set up was to give effect to the provision in the law.
Not because of the losses.
Pardon?
Not because of the revenue losses.
The law said we need to guarantee that government is receiving accurate revenue from the telcos and set up a common platform to ascertain that. That's exactly what we did.
In an earlier answer to a question, you said that when the audit was done, you mentioned a company. Can you just help me with the name of the company that you mentioned did the tax audit?
What?
You mentioned a company that you said did the tax audit. the tax audit that showed we were losing over 300 million over the period of 2015 to first quarter 2017.
I said that the evidence from the common platform has been Ghana Revenue Authority, which has also conducted further independent audit to confirm or refute the evidence from the common platform. And I believe they've engaged a company named Safaritech. I may be wrong, but that's the information that I have. So the findings of Safaritech may have confirmed the findings from the common platform. I know that GRA is currently having discussions with MTN on certain findings that have come up. I'm not sure exactly what that is because I am not a party to those negotiations, and rightly so, since they'll be dealing with their sector ministry.
Mr. Chairman, will the nominee provide us with this evidence of the 300 million that she talked about, that she said is now handed over to Ghana Revenue Authority?
Which evidence?
The evidence of the over 300 million lost that the telcos have challenged. You are saying that it's been forwarded to Ghana Revenue Authority, and they have even engaged Safaritech to further confirm, and you are hearing they have confirmed, or they may be confirming the lost, and you have just said that that has led to Ghana Revenue Authority engaging MTN on some of these infractions. You just said that.
I believe.
Can you put that? I think you're combining too many things to come to a conclusion with you. She says that the law says we should set up this. Meanwhile, Ghana Revenue Authority had done this audit. They found this. Even today, they have done this, and there's an issue. I don't think they are linked to setting up the thing. But you're combining them to make them appear as if it is because of this finding that the law was made by us.
Yes, I remember that, Mr. Chairman. She came to this house and said that in justification for the establishment of the Colony GVD, they are being vindicated, which has reiterated right now, because of the loss of over 300 million between 2015 and first quarter of 2017. So yes, it may be perfectly true that it was set up to comply with the law, but she's saying that she's been vindicated for setting it up because this is coming out.
It's not she, it's the law. It's the law being vindicated.
Mr. Chairman, she just said she has been vindicated for setting up the Colony GVD, but whatever. I just wanted to be sure.
Use those words, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. Which words did you use, Minister? I thought that was what I heard. If that's not what it said, then I'm sorry. I thought that was what I heard.
Used those words, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Did you say the 300 between 2015 and first quarter of 2017 is being confirmed by GRA? Did you say that?
Mr. Chairman, the reports that I have from the common platform, and with your permission, I would repeat that for the avoidance of doubt. The introduction of the common platform has resulted in a savings of 6.5 million monthly on the contract. The fraud management component has made tax savings of 565.7 million, and over the life of the contract, it is expected to deliver tax savings of over 800 million. Ghana cedis. On revenue assurance, it provides the following information to the Ghana Revenue Authority. Revenue to the government by top-ups, measurement of top-ups per operator by the common platform, and revenue to the operator measured by the common platform on consumption. And with this, the Ghana Revenue Authority is now able to verify the various revenue streams of the network operators plug revenue leakages, and more accurately predict revenue trends from the sector for planning and policy formulation. For mobile money monitoring, the common platform has reported January 2021 monthly usage of 81.3 billion Ghana cedis, 344.6 million transactions, with 124.5 million Ghana cedis generated by the operator in transaction fees. Further breakdowns of transaction facts.
It's 4 o'clock now. We started at 10:50. Kindly wind up.
Mr. Chairman, what she's reading is the projections and targets of the current dividend, not the 300 that she has talked about. Anyway, Mr. Chairman,
under declarations detected, the introduction of the common platform has uncovered that prior to the introduction of the common platform, 300 million in taxes was lost from potential under declarations between the first quarter of 2015 to 2017.
So this is the report they gave you.
An estimated 470 million in taxes was saved between the first quarter of 2017 to date as a result of the announcement of the implementation of the common platform.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is exactly what I was then demanding, that whether she could provide us the evidence to that they were claiming.
This is from the analysis of the data, and we would need the whole room to get that here. Unfortunately, I cannot provide that information to the National Communications Authority, may be in a position to do that.
Mr. Chairman, just for the benefit, this report that you are reading, where is it from?
These are the reports of the savings that the common platform has generated from inception to date.
Who generated that report that you are reading from?
The common platform.
So that's GVG.
The common platform is managed by the Ghana Revenue Authority and the National Communications Authority, working with their service provider, GVG.
Mr. Chairman, lastly, earlier in a question to you about the Honorable Collins Order incident, the unfortunate incident, I must admit, you said the incident of that day is not something any of us will be proud of. But Honorable Collins Order has reiterated vehemently that you never apologized to him. In fact, that you did tell him that he doesn't deserve an apology from you.
I've had several conversations with him since that incident occurred, expressed my regret